my words. Oh, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll be waiting, I'll be home. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll be waiting, I'll be with.
I know that girl. Get that phone. Okay, if it's full.
We don't have to go to 360 degrees. Now it's time we go the 180. You don't have to climb the highest mountains, for all you're looking for is within you. Open the eyes of your mind, your ears and mouth as I sing my song. Open the eyes of your mind, your ears and mouth as you hear my words. Oh, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll be waiting, I'll be home. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll be waiting, I'll be. We still live in yesterday. Many today the waste away, but nevertheless it's never late. Oh, see the times have changed. I thought you knew that these words will never ever wait for you. The world has gone past times of fighting. So drop your guns and your swords and let us live all as one. We all need love and understanding. So drop your guns and your swords and let us live all as one. Oh, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll be waiting. Oh, I'll be. Across the ocean, it's more than just a goddess. We all need one another. Oh, oh. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for you. For you, you and you. I'll be waiting for you. Every people, wherever you be, it's more than just a color. We all need one another. Oh, we all need No more your freaking bullshit. No more your talking lies. No more you putting me down. Deceptive blue eyes. Wake up and smell the coffee. Wake up and take a pill. You think I wouldn't go on without you. You really think I'll fail. You really are a fool. You sentimental fool. And I kinda feel sorry for you. What's good around? You're talking me down. But I found out that so it was you. So it was you. You picked up the knife and you cut me in two. You stabbed me in the back and then twisted it in. Oh, 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 you left me for dead again. No more you playing Jesus. Why don't you pick a lane? I thought that you were normal, but you're the devil insane. I try to keep you grounded, cause it's no good for my health. But you really can't save a man from himself. There's so much I can say before I turn to pray. All ties with you. Cause what's good around, you're talking me down. But I found out, so it was you. So it was you. You picked up the knife and then you cut me in two. You stabbed in the back and then you twisted it in. Oh, 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 you left me for dead.
Good morning, everyone. Please, can we maintain some silence in the hall? And can we kindly stand up for the national anthem? The national anthem, please. Th- th- thank, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was impressive, actually. But I will also request that we keep standing as I take the MBA prayer. Almighty God, our Creator, we pray you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men, and our country. Amen. Please, we may have our seat. My Lord, the Chief Judge of River State, Honorable Justice S.C. Amadi, ably represented by my Lord, Honorable Justice S.H. Aprioku, the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Yakubu Chonoko Mekiao, OON SAN, former President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. OCJ Okocha, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Chairman of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, ably represented, the Chairman of ICPC, ably represented, the Executive Director of the NFIU, ably represented, the Honorable Attorney General of Rivers State, represented the Governor of Rivers State, the Chairman of the Port Harcourt branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, all distinguished members of the bench and the bar here present, ladies and gentlemen. The leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association has collaborated with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, and the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit to bring about this second series of the Nigerian Bar Association Anti-Money Laundering Sensitization Workshop for legal practitioners in Nigeria. As many lawyers are aware, Chapter 2 of the Rules of Professional Conduct 2023 provides the guidelines and rules on anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism for legal practitioners. This sensitization workshop for legal practitioners in Nigeria highlights the importance of AML compliance, the role of lawyers in preventing financial crimes, and it provides a comprehensive understanding of our own guidelines as contained in our rules of professional conduct. It also underscores our readiness to self-regulate and our understanding of our responsibility that this desire to self-regulate confers on us. Today, experts and officers of the relevant law enforcement agencies are available in this hall to offer perspectives and answer questions on these very important subjects, including, I must say, the much vexed issue of SCUMU requirements for lawyers. Once again, you are welcome, and thank you, Port Harcourt, for having us. Please, a round of applause for ourselves. But for a proper Port Harcourt welcome, please, can we make welcome the brand new Port Harcourt branch chairman, Mrs. Cordelia Ike, for our welcome remark on behalf of all the branches in River State. Madam Chairperson, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, as ably represented by the Honorable Attorney General of Rivers State, Dagogo Israeli Boroma SCN, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Honorable Justice S.C. Amadi, as ably represented by my Lord, Honorable Justice Sika Aprioku, the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, YC Mekiao, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the leader of the bar in Rivers State and former president of the NBA, Honorable OCJ Okocha, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, DSSRS. Let me stop at JP, please. The titles are numerous. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to host the Nigerian Bar Association, the National Executive and the President, and such a distinguished audience to discuss a very important topic. Barely 21 days. Are we 21 yet? 19 days in office as chairman of NBA Port Harcourt branch. My executive and I are delighted to have you all in Port Harcourt. I must say that the choice of Port Harcourt to host this sensitization workshop is apt because Rivers State, as we all know, is more or less the largest economy in the Eastern Zone. Rivers State also houses the largest number of lawyers in the Eastern Zone. Port Harcourt branch alone has about 7,000 members, not to talk of the other 7 branches in the state. It is also a business hub, and the judicial system here is also quite robust. So choosing Port Harcourt to cite this very important workshop is quite it's a wonderful choice by the NBA president and his team, and we're happy that the National Executive recognized the influence and the impact of Rivers State in the legal profession. So we thank you very much for choosing us as the location for the workshop. Now, the workshop itself parades a very rich content that anybody, any lawyer who is interested in keeping to the guidelines should avail himself of. I commend the organizers for the rich content they have paraded. I only hope that we can get our lawyers, as many as are able to join, even online, to participate in this workshop, ask questions, and take advantage of this opportunity we have right here at home. We know that a breach of the guidelines concerning the anti-money laundering matters and terrorism, a breach of these guidelines can actually lead to professional, can be counted, as professional misconduct and can lead to disbarment in some cases. So a lot of things that lawyers take for granted in the course of their business, in the course of law practice, actually amount to a breach of the rules on anti-money laundering. So we therefore encourage all our members and every other person that is one way or the other involved in such matters to pay close attention, ask questions, and get clarifications on the issues to be discussed today. Well, I've been asked to make remarks, so I won't go into a speech as lawyers I want to do. So I will just, while wishing the president and his ESCO a wonderful time here, and also his entourage, I want to also encourage them to avail themselves of the warm hospitality for which we are known in Rivers State. I had told the president a bit earlier that we have our Rivers native fisherman soup. And I reiterate that I'm willing to host the president of the branches willing to host the president and his entourage to that delicacy, if only the president will stay here for the rest of the week. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the 8 branches of the Nigerian Bar Association in Rivers State, I heartily welcome you to Port Harcourt and wish you a fruitful and memorable time here. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, another round of applause for the delectable chairperson of Port Harcourt branch. Thank you so much. On behalf of the president, Mr. President, we hereby accept your offer, but we won't be staying for a week. As short as it can be, but Mr. President likes native food. I can tell you that. He loves amala, and they will do very well. I can tell you that easily. All right, so we also have with us, like I said, this program is being done in collaboration with the EFCC, NFIU, ICPC. And in fact, we even have with us the representative of the Director General of the DSS, that's the Department of State Services. We have with us Mr. Umar Daudu, Esquire, the Director of Legal of the DSS. Please, you are most welcome, sir. Please, for his welcome remark, representing the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission is Mr. Adebayo Adeniyi, the acting zonal director, Port Harcourt Zonal Directorate of the EFCC. Please make welcome Mr. Adebayo Adeniyi of the EFCC. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Adebayo Adeniyi, representing the chairman of the Economic and Financial Commission. I'm here to give his goodwill message. And I have to say this, I'm happy to be part of this too, Mr. Chairman. It's a lovely thing to be part of this workshop. We've been looking forward for this kind of thing for quite a while. Thank you for this. The President of the Nigerian Bar Association, ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, the Director, CEO of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, Chairman of various chapters of the NBA, senior members of the bar, gentlemen of the press. It is my honor and delight to deliver a goodwill message at this workshop organized by the Nigerian Bar Association in collaboration with the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering of the EFCC. As I understand, the workshop is the second in the series after the one held in Abuja in May, and it is expected to be taken across the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the effort taken so far by the NBA in providing a comprehensive anti-money laundering guideline for members of the Nigerian Bar Association in the Chapter 3 of the Rule of Profession Conduct 2023. In this regard, I also want to acknowledge the suitability of the theme of the workshop, MBA AML guidelines. A practical approach for legal professional. The theme could not have come at a better time than now in our national life, when the whole gamut of our legal, regulatory, and institutional framework for combating money laundering, terrorism, or financing, and proliferation financing is under scrutiny by the international community under auspice of the International Committee Review Group of the Financial Action Task Force. It is a common knowledge that lawyers play an important role in the fight against economic and financial crimes, including money laundering and its predicate offenses, given the role they play as gatekeepers in transactions. To this end, the report of the second round of mutual evaluation exercise of Nigeria highlights critical deficiencies in the Nigerian's AML CFT regime, including weak AML CFT supervision of legal sector. Unfortunately, the status quo has not remained. Unfortunately, the status quo has not remained. Thanks to the sustained engagement, both the NBA and EFCC have come to the understanding that while AML CFT obligations are required for the law, the obligations are built around our shared value of transparency, integrity, and accountability, geared towards combating the scourge of financial crimes and preserving the high position, the legal profession in our society. Particularly, I want to congratulate the leadership of the NBA for establishing an operationalization of the NBA Anti-Money Laundering Committee. It is my humble expectation that the committee will facilitate an effective AML CFT compliance culture among lawyers in Nigeria and serves as a response point in the West African sub-region and beyond. In spite of this progress, we must not rest on our oars, as a lot is yet to be done. Nigeria has submitted its third progress report under the International Cooperation Review Group, ICRG, enhanced monitoring process, from which the committee has welcomed several progress made by Nigeria. However, clear demonstration of improved compliance in many of our DNFBP subsectors, particularly the legal sector, remains elusive. This is so because several key performance indicators of improved compliance have remained very low or even non-existent in many instances. While SCUMO have seen some renewed increase in lawyers, registration, submission of statutory reports, including suspicious transaction and politically exposed person reports, is non-existent. Similarly, not many law firms have established compliance function or implement the full range of AML CFT interpolicy and procedure, implement targeted financial sanction, screening, and procedures for identification and verification of beneficial ownership. It is in this light that I call on the leadership of the NBA to join hands with the EFCC in conducting an AML CFT sectional risk assessment of the legal sector to facilitate on effective and risk-focused compliance. As legal practitioners, we must take reasonable steps to complement the efforts of the NBA and the EFCC to ensure sector-wide compliance and close up opportunities for exploiting the sector for money laundering and terrorism financing by complying with relevant AML CFT laws, regulations, and the rules of professional conduct set out by bar. On our part as EFCC, we are steadfast to our mandate to support the achievement of an effective, comprehensive, and balanced implementation of the Nigerian AML CFT regime in the legal sector by providing the needed guardians through capacity building, provision of up-to-date AML CFT typologies, and dissemination of informed risk management studies. It is my modest expectation that this workshop will not only help to educate lawyers on their obligations and roles under the Nigerian AML CFT regime, but also awaken their consciousness to the multi-sectional impact of law compliance of legal practitioners to AML CFT laws and regulations in Nigeria. I wish to congratulate the leadership of the MBA and SCUMO on the successful hosting of this impactful event, and I pray for a successful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for the EFCC. Mr. Adeniyi almost forgot his brief. He was already giving us lecture. We have experts here, I must tell you. And in that same vein, we have with us the representative of the chairman of the ICPC. He is ably represented by the secretary of that commission, Mr. Clifford Okparaudu, Esquire, DSSRS Esquire. Mr. Clifford Okparaudu, please. I'm so sorry, for your remark, please.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, you are represented by my friend Isaac Dagogo Ibroma, SAN, the Honorable Chief Judge of Rivers State, Honorable Justice Simeon Amadi, represented by my Lord, Honorable Justice Sika Prioko, the President of our noble profession, and my brother, Sir Yakub Kau, SAN, you're welcome, you, sir. Our doyen in the profession, the Honorable Chief, OCG Okocha, SAN with several other titles. The next 6 here present, Chairman and ESCO, and indeed members of this Honorable Association of Port Harcourt branch and sister branches, my learned friends, ladies and gentlemen. Me, I'm in my hometown, and I'm happy to be here. At least I've been able to see some of my friends, Eddie, Mark, and everybody. You're all welcome. I'm here to give a goodwill message on behalf of my chairman, the chairman of ICPC, my own friend and brother, Dr. Musa Aliyu, SAN, a fine gentleman, and indeed the management and staff of ICPC to this factual event or workshop now being held in the garden city of Port Harcourt. We want to congratulate the Nigerian Bar Association, particularly its current leadership, for conceptualizing this noble initiative to conscientize its members and our members, of which I'm one of it, on this very important issue of money laundering. There is no better time to engage in discourse around money laundering than now, when the world, particularly third world African countries, Nigeria inclusive, is challenged with poor economic development arising from the effects of corruption, perpetuated through illicit financial flows and money laundering. Combating the challenge of money laundering is a major duty of an anti-corruption agency just like ours, the ICPC. The Commission is duly involved in trying to unravel disguised illegal financial assets that criminals intend to use to avoid detection of the illegal activity that produce such resources. Dealing with money laundering is a challenge because it's one of the most complicated and common way of concealing proceeds of crime. As you are aware, money laundering activity involves diverse illegal activity, including drug trafficking, corruption, fraud, and tax evasion. As an agency with a mandate to deal with corrupt practices and fraud, the outcome of this deliberation of this kind in this forum would no doubt be of immense interest to us. When operatives of our commission in the course of investigating activities observe fast-paced transactions coming and going with significant increases in frequency of value, structured schemes that tend to break down deposits, as well as inconsistent transactions regarding a financial institution customer's activity, it raises a red flag and a hint at suspicious activities. These then become the investigator's compass for detection of a money laundering activity. Let me inform this very august audience that the Commission's efforts at dealing with money laundering are very audacious. The Commission has actually been enforcing sections 44 to 48 of the Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Act of 2000, the Proceeds of Crime Act, we will call of Act 2022, also being given effect by the Commission. And this is evident in the number of seizures and final forfeitures secured by the Commission. I'm sure we're aware, if you have been following especially the ICPC's program of every Wednesday afternoon, you see the effort we have been making in this regard. It will interest you or not that we are doing what we need to do. To underscore the commitment of the Commission in stamping out money laundering activities, the Commission in a recent strategic interagency collaboration meeting with the National Financial Intelligence Unit noted the facts presented in the Financial Action Task Force report and expressed its determination to expunge the country from FAT grey list, which has drastically affected the social and economic well-being of Nigerian citizens. Now, FACT is an international agency under the United Nations that monitors countries and their activities and inactivities on illicit financial flows and all that. Recently, at the G20 Brazil 2024, the Anti-Corruption Working Group meeting held in Paris, that was 2 weeks ago in France, the organization, that is the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group meeting, deliberated extensively on illicit financial flows and its danger to world economy, and resolved, among other things, to exchange experiences and good practices regarding national coordination mechanism that promotes more effective asset recovery and prevention of illicit financial flows, as well as the use of direct asset recovery proceedings before foreign courts. The forum also agreed that tracing, identification, freezing, seizure, confiscation, recovery, and return of proceeds of crime, which includes laundered monies and funds obtained illegally, is fundamental to global efforts to deprive persons who commit corrupt offenses of their illicit gains. It is suggested, therefore, that the NBA as a professional body should make effort to provide law enforcement authorities, financial intelligence units, prosecutors, and other asset recovery practitioners with effective cooperation and robust toolkit to trace, freeze, and confiscate criminal assets through convention-based and non-convention-based mechanisms in accordance with international laws and conventions. The IPC is not oblivious of the fact that domestic resource mobilization cannot improve if corruption, which money laundering is a component part, is not diminished. Hence, it has been making efforts, leveraging on its legal framework to institutionalize corruption prevention and control measures. I am certain that this training will avail participating members of this noble profession the opportunity to interact, learn, and be exposed to issues and legal frameworks that borders on anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing matters. I therefore, on behalf of the chairman of ICPC, Dr. Musa Ali, USAN, and the management of ICP, wish you fruitful deliberation in this volume. Thank you and God bless. Good morning all.
Please, another round of applause for the Secretary of the ICPC. Thank you so much. The person that just spoke is the Secretary of the ICPC. He introduced himself so well so that we have no doubt at all that he is our member, and he spoke as one. But he's not the only secretary that is here. In fact, we have General Secretaries of the Nigerian Bar Association here. And it was remiss of me not to have introduced the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Adeshino Adegbite, who is with us here present. Please, a round of applause for the General Secretary of the NBA. One of our hosts also, and I want to leave Port Harcourt with everything intact. And so I have to recognize, especially former General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, a bona fide member of this great branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Ibrahim Mark Esquire. You are most welcome, sir. It's always a privilege for us to have our leaders around us. Without further ado, please, may I introduce the General Counsel of the NFIU, Mr. Felix Obiamalu Esquire, for the goodwill message of that very important organization of the government. You are most welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. However, I must not fail to recognize the President of the Bar, Mr. Yakubu Mechao SN, and also the Cerebral, Mr. OCJ Okocha SN, JP. We grew up admiring him and praying that we'll get to be where he is. And then the Chief Judge of Rivers State, ably represented, Mr. Parodu said this is a homecoming for him because this is his home. I started my life as a lawyer in this city, so it's also a homecoming for me. And when I see people like Milord, the representative of the CJ River State today, I used to admire him then as a young practitioner. He was looking so handsome. But seeing him today, the years have caught up. So I don't know whether it's the years or the job of the bench, but whichever one, something has caught up. So I stand here. I am Felix Obiamalo, the General Counsel of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. I stand here to deliver the goodwill message of the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, Hafsat Abubakar Bakare. It is with mixed feelings that I welcome you all to this Aml Sensitization Workshop. I had planned and looked forward to this day. However, other present issues of national interest made my physical presence here today impossible. I therefore apologize for my absence and assure you of my presence with you in spirit. This workshop, which is the second in the series, is a strong statement of MBA's commitment to ensuring the operationalization of our AML rules as enshrined in the RPC 2023, and also an attestation of her deep resolve to see that the legal community conforms with international standards. I felicitate with you as professional colleagues and partners in nation building. As we are already aware, Nigeria had a very interesting history of AML CFT since the country's first mutual evaluation exercise between September and October 2007 till date. In spite of our individual and institutional efforts, coupled with national strategy and commitment, our journey has been a protracted experiment in trying to balance local institutional engagements in their respective commitments to the national AML CFT program with international requirements for technical and effective compliance. Nigeria is presently undergoing the ICRG process as a result of her performance during the second round mutual evaluation exercise, which led to her placement under the FATF grey list. Ameliorating the implication of this listing poses a big challenge before us as a country. We need to synergize our efforts so as to address the identified deficiencies within the specified time, which elapses by June 2025. Otherwise, we have the propensity of entering the blacklist, which will really be bleak for Nigeria if it ever happened. As can be gleaned from the action plan developed between Nigeria and the FATF, the priority actions are intertwined. A failure in the implementation of one would doubtlessly take away the credit of the other. It is the same reason that while agencies or institutions are necessarily taking the lead in the performance of these actions as it relates to their functions, others as participants are expected to provide the support that will contribute for effectiveness. Internally, we have not performed horribly in the post-MER procedure vis-à-vis the priority actions. In response to the evaluation, we thoroughly examined the AML CFT procedures, and under the direction of the Ministries of Justice, Finance, and Interior, we commenced a comprehensive reform initiative. Significant advances have been made as a result of the work of our regulatory, administrative, law enforcement, security, and intelligence organizations. Presently, some important legislations like the Money Laundering Prohibition and Prevention Act 2022, Terrorism Prevention and Prevention Act 2022, Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act 2018, and the Extradition Act are undergoing amendment to align them to international standards. We have also tightened the rules set forth by all our regulatory authorities and implemented a successful system for the application of targeted financial sanctions connected to both funding of terrorism and financing of proliferation. The FATF indeed acknowledged this significant advancement in its plenary held recently in Singapore. Despite these achievements, there are still a number of crucial areas that requires our attention. At this point, I want to emphasize that a sizable component of the action plan entails steps linked to effective reporting entities' compliance with the terms and spirit of the MLTF legal and regulatory framework. As a gatekeeper within the AML framework, MBA is to ensure that its members comply strictly with the provisions of the AML CFT rules as contained in the Rules of Professional Conduct 2023. Law firms will need to make continuous, determined, and coordinated efforts to operationalize the provisions of Chapter 3 of the RPC 2023. As gatekeepers, MBA is enjoined to ensure that law firms implement efficient safeguards to preserve not only the integrity of the bar, but also our financial system, as well as that of the entire global system. You are to demonstrate an adequate understanding of the risks that you face in your practice of your profession, and that you are taking appropriate action to address those risks. Your risk-based supervision in particular needs to include efficient, deterrent, and appropriate measures to guarantee that compliance is enforced. Importantly, it is my view that despite your significant steps, you must go further and ensure that compliance is ingrained across all law firms, not just perceived as a compliance function or a habit that is imposed and enforced from outside as an obligation. While commending the MBA for her positive contribution to the national development, especially the inclusion of the AML CFT rules in the RPC 2023 and other collaborative efforts, we urge you to ensure the operationalization of the outstanding components of the rules. We applaud the enormous and giant steps taken by this present MBA leadership in ensuring that even though Nigeria is subject to international obligations and protocols, which are globally accepted, that we are also able to internally absorb and internalize those protocols. Compliance with these conventions and protocols, including the FATF standards, helps us to strengthen the fight against MLTF and PF. To adequately do this requires a multi-stakeholder engagement, such as what we are having here today. One of the essence of reporting is to ensure transparency, openness, and disclosure in lawyers' operations. It is important to state that reporting discharges the reporting entity from liability. Lawyers are not being asked to investigate crimes, but to report transactions that seem suspicious based on identified criteria. These AML rules, as enshrined in the RPC, and efforts as compliance is necessary due to the vulnerability of lawyers to ML and TF, arising from the nature of services it renders to the public and emerging trends, which shows that professionals like lawyers are used as conduits to launder money through client account. Strict compliance with the statutory obligations contained in the RPC and other mechanisms to be introduced by the Anti-Money Laundering Committee of the NBA will greatly reduce these risks and vulnerabilities. May I state that reporting STR does not indeed mean that a crime has been committed or that the person reported is a criminal. Rather, it only calls for a closer scrutiny of the transaction. The AML rules principally seeks to protect lawyers. After all, knowing your client is a necessary safeguard, so also knowing your risk profiles. I therefore enjoin you all to take your time to read the RPC 2023, especially the AML CFT rules, internalize them, and familiarize yourself with the contents. From the array of topics, presenters, and persons gathered here today, there is no doubt that this workshop will be an intellectual feast. I urge us to be active participants so as to derive optimal benefit from the discourse. Finally, I will not end this without also commending the leadership of the bar for the quality of persons nominated in the Anti-Money Laundering Committee of the NBA, it shows that the NBA is alive to its responsibilities, not only to itself, but to the international community. I also wish to assure you that NFIU is available to provide any assistance needed in enhancing your mechanism and provide the regulated entities with improved red flags and indicators to enable better identification and reporting of suspicious transactions. The unit is also willing to assist in issuing additional guidance on ways to further strengthen the regulatory framework, especially with respect to STR reporting. Finally, the most significant in our priorities is cooperation and collaboration with the bar. We must acknowledge that we can no longer conduct business as usual, and that AML CFT compliance is not a simple checkbox exercise. The challenge we face is a collective one. While our immediate goal is to get off the gray list, our long-term objective is to ensure that we don't act as a haven for illicit finance. I strongly encourage us all to participate actively in this workshop and also ensure that we do not leave this hall without being mentally richer than we are as we enter. I affirm our firm commitment to a partnership with the MBA that is built on excellence. Thank you, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Please, another round of applause for Mr. Clifford. When he was speaking, he was so passionate about advising us as lawyers to appreciate the chapter 2 of our own rules of professional conduct. Me, I'm aware, because I'm also a practicing lawyer, that our members over the time, since 2023, when the Yakubu Chonoko Mekiao-led administration ensured the passage of the new legal practitioners remuneration order, I'll be busy digesting that one. But you know, as we are making money through that order, we also have to be careful about anti-money laundering laws, and that is why we are here. So thank you again, Mr. Clifford. Another round of applause for him, please. And Mr. Clifford, I have to say this. What has caught up with my Lord is wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And we are so grateful to have my Lord here with us today. Please make a round of applause for my Lord, Honorable Justice S.H. Aprioku, representing my Lord, the Honorable CJ of River State, for my Lord's welcome remarks. Thank you so much, my Lord. Most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. What a high compliment. Bordering on my gray hair. This is a goodwill message delivered by Honorable Justice Simeon C. Amade, Chief Judge of River State, on the occasion of the second series of the NBA Anti-Money Laundering Sensitization Workshop that is holding today, the 15th day of July, 2024. Before I proceed, may I, on behalf of the Chief Judge, apologize for his absence. He is otherwise engaged in other very similar commitments as this. So, the NBA President, National President, thank you for giving us this opportunity. It's good that I'm here because if I've not been appointed to come, actually I was sitting when the DCRO called my attention that I have to come in. But I had my fears that, like most NBA activities, it will take 12 o'clock to start. Because the last time I was to swear in Mrs. Cordelia Eke, am I correct? I came by 7 p.m. and they kept me waiting till 10:30, so I pleaded with them to allow me to go and sleep. So I was not, yes, it's unfortunate. Thank you, the Attorney General. I can see you, D.I. Boromaya Square. The President, who is taller than myself. The first time I met him at the airport, we were coming in the same flight. I said, I can, this taller than me. When we got to Port Harcourt, I now discovered that he was on a campaign mission. Congratulations. Babajide Ogundipe, I've been hearing of your name, but it's a privilege that I'm meeting you for the first time. You refused to introduce yourself to me. Professor Juku, SN, thank you. Our dedicated and committed, the second youthful president of the chairman of the Port Harcourt branch. After we had Eremie, an old man was coming to contest again. So with the younger lawyers from Agri Road, Hospital Road, and Port Johnson, we met Chief Okara. Chief Okara said, go and meet Ross Kinjama or Baba Ross and lodge your complaint. We went to Baba Ross. He said, I have no time to give you a note. Go to OCJ's office and tell him that I said that I've told his friend, his father's friend, OCJ's father's friend, to step down. And he must step down for him. Thank you, the 19th president of the Nigerian Bar Association, OCJ Okocha. And all others, I recognize you, but time will not permit me. I feel honored to deliver this goodwill message. What you are saying is just the voice of Sika Aproko and the height. But actually the paper belongs to my chief judge. I'm just a messenger. I feel honored to deliver this goodwill message on this auspicious occasion of the Nigerian Bar Association Anti-Money Laundering Sensitization Workshop. This workshop, I understand, is the second in the series, and I must commend the ideal of a collaboration between the Nigerian Bar Association, Economic and Financial Crime Commission, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC, and the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, in organizing this laudable initiative. This clearly underscores the need for all stakeholders to work together in the fight against money laundering and other financial crimes that militate against the well-being of the country. The menace of money laundering in our society cannot be overemphasized. It poses a risk to our nation's security and economic stability and contributes in no small measure to giving Nigeria a bad name. It is against this backdrop that professional associations, which are self-regulatory, such as the NBA, need to rise up in defense of the country's national interest in combating all forms of financial crimes, such as money laundering among its members. This initiative indeed reflects the commitment of the NBA to addressing the issue of money laundering and ensuring that its membership is protected from involvement in the vice in line with the ethics and standards of the legal profession, as enshrined in Chapter 2 of the Rules of Professional Ethics and Conduct, and thereby upholding the integrity of our legal profession. Unarguably, this workshop has the potential of not only further sensitizing members of the legal profession to the negative effect of money laundering, but also promoting compliance with anti-money laundering laws. This can equally bring about a general decrease in the prevalence of financial crimes, especially money laundering, in the Nigerian society generally. I say so because the consciousness being created in the members of the NBA will easily be transmitted to all segments of the society, considering the vantage position lawyers occupy in the scheme of things. I therefore lend my voice in arguing the Nigerian Bar Association to remain, in urging the Nigerian Bar Association to remain steadfast and committed to ensuring that the nation's well-being is at all times safeguarded and the integrity of our noble profession and that of its members upheld. Let me use this opportunity to urge the bar and its leadership to always encourage their members to attend the NBA functions, as this is a way of keeping abreast with happenings in the legal arena and beyond. As it is said, no man is an island. Before I conclude the speech, I think it is very apt, this last paragraph. First, I came from the private bar to be a judge. If you go to my court now, because I told the lawyers that I'm coming back to sit, but one who came from the private bar and has been in several committees and worked, if I had known that this was an event of mass participation, I will have adjourned the matters for all of them to come here. I probably may go back and do that. But it also takes, yes, there are more than 15 lawyers in my court, particularly involving some political matters too that are waiting, of explosive political matters. But the point I want to make is that the NBA needs to do more. Secondly, like when the DCRO came to call me as I was sitting, I said, go and find out whether they are ready. I don't want to come here and be waiting. She came here and came back and called me. That is when I rose and changed up to come. Information is very key. And I will appeal, sometimes press it on the authorities, the need as you used to do before. Why the court cannot sit. Because mass participation is very important. Then on my own, before I go, I was an ICPC judge after the death of Honorable Justice Charles Granville in 2010. So when I took over from him in 2010, the first things I met were a series of primary objections. And I was in Ebonyi during the election petition in 2019. My chief judge then called me, Aproko, when are you finishing? I said, as chairman, I'm doubling for the 2 panels, so I will come back in October. You better come. Supreme Court has returned one of your cases, so I now reflected on the case. It was one of the primary, it was one of the cases we overruled. I ruled that I would go on with the trial after a no-case submission. The case went up to the Supreme Court. That was 2012, I gave that ruling. After that, 2013, I went to Degama, came back from Degama 2012. But I continued even when I was in Degama as an ICPC judge. Then, as an EFCC judge from 2015 fully, after we resumed, lawyers were still filing primary objection. This is in spite of the court calling this attention to the Administration of Criminal Justice Act and even the 2004 EFCC Act. filibuster tactics. And those are the set of lawyers that are not here, including, with due respect, I'm not denigrating the very senior advocates, but also senior advocates. In other words, things that cannot be done in other climes, we can do it and get away with it here. Then finally, I was one of those who made an input to the drafting of the 2022 Money Laundering Act. If what we have done is taken seriously, no government agency can spend 1 kobo by pulling out cash. No government agency. That is local government up to the federal government. Everything must go through the banks and financial institutions. Even when contracts are awarded, the contractor will disclose even part of the forms he will fill. Those that are closer to him, companies, relations, a full load of booklets disclosing their BVN, so that financial monitoring agencies can see if the money floated, for instance, to company B that is executing a road project, part of it will be sloshed in company C's account. When company C is not supplying sand and gravel, they will know. And they can now go back and ask the permanent secretary or whoever that did that. Because money that is to be, I've been in this, after the chief judge was an EFCC judge. After him, I'm the next. But as he became chief judge, he relinquished. So I'm the most senior of the EFCC trial judges in the state high court. Part of the problem is that a money laundered can stay 9 months without moving. Then after it will start moving randomly. And the people that are behind that, the genius behind it, I must say, are lawyers, my learned friends, and, and the bank. Even the banks, is we that are telling them the ideas. So part of what I think we should address ourselves to is clean ethics in our practice. If we do that, we will even be better for it. We will not waste time trying to, when it's a dot check case, you see the senior advocate is cross-examining for 3-4 sections. And if you tell him that go straight, there is problem. So we must live within the ethics. The NBA president is laughing. Thank you very much. That is my personal experience. Once more, I commend the organizers of the workshop, especially the NBA, for this giant step. It is timely. I thank all present. And on behalf of the Rivers State Judiciary, I wish you all a very productive workshop. Thank you, and God bless us.
Please, another round of applause for my Lord, the Honorable CJ of River State, ably represented by my Lord, Honorable Justice S.H. Aprioku. Thank you so much, my Lord. You would agree with me now when I say that what caught up with my Lord was actually wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and experience because of all that he has shared with us. Now, the next person to grace this podium to give his welcome remark is the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Yakubu Chonoko Mekia, OONSAN. Please, having worked with him for 2 years now, I can tell you that one of the things he's going to tell you today is that he's going to quote Sakpara Williams, and he will tell you that a lawyer lives for the direction of his people and for the advancement of the cause of his country. Mr. President, Sakpara Williams, please.
I think with that, I will just adopt what the publicity secretary said and take my seat. But quite honestly, that encapsulates what His Lordship said in his concluding remarks. A lawyer lives for the direction of his people and for the advancement of the cause of his country. I have never found a statement so deep for the legal practitioners like that statement. And the more I talk about it, the more I dig deeper into the sense and the spirit behind the call on each and every one of us as lawyers. I haven't started giving my goodwill message. It's just that he provoked me because some of them are saying that it appears after you leave office, that is when we would actually bury Sakpara Williams and that we do his burial ceremony. But then it simply just underscores the importance of that statement and the role that we play and we should be playing in the society. I'll come back to that after adopting the protocols already established, but not without acknowledging His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, represented by my brother, the Honorable the Attorney General of Rivers State, and also my big brother, the 19th President of the Nigerian Bar Association, OCJ Okocha, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, JP, it could be Jerusalem Priest or Pilgrim, but also some other priest as well. I am delighted to be here. The last time I stood on this platform was when, like my Lord said, I came here seeking for your support and your votes. And you were very gracious in electing me into office as the 31st President of the Nigerian Bar Association. I'm grateful to all of you. I would never be able to repay my colleagues for the goodwill that they extended to me in electing me as President of the Nigerian Bar Association. So this is another opportunity for me. I came when I was to enter the office. Now I'm here just about exiting the office to say thank you to each and every one of you for the support that you gave me. Well, what we are doing today is actually fulfilling part of the partial fulfillment of that mandate that Sakpara Williams reminded us about. That is why when we came into office, we came with the understanding that as lawyers, we have to always chart the course. The fight against corruption is not anyone's fight other than the fight of the lawyer. It's a legal fight, and we are the ones that understand law better than any other person. I mean, we are the ones in charge of the law. We are the ones that are privileged to have gone to school, we are instructed, we are trained, we are schooled on the subject of law, and everything that we do, the fact that we are Nigerians today is a function of law. What we do as Nigerians, what we can do, what we can't do is a function of law. And we are the ones that know it. The doctors don't, the architects don't, the engineers don't. This building, yes, we had an architect that designed it, an engineer that built it, but all of those things must have met requirements of the law. And you and I are the ones that are privileged to perform that responsibility. So we came and we said, just like the GC, General Council of NFIU, admonished that this should be a part of us. We have that understanding, and that is why the guidelines on anti-money laundering and also the counter-terrorism financing is now part of our rules of professional conduct. It's a lifestyle. Every lawyer ordinarily, going by Sakpara Williams again, should live a lifestyle of the fight against corruption. So we don't need, that's why we are saying, because you are a lawyer in and out of court, if you are on the pulpit as a pastor, if you are an imam in the mosque and you happen to have been called to the bar,
you had better comply with the rules of professional conduct because it binds you and that guides. Anyway, so we did that in May last year. It was passed. We were supposed to have started this sensitization. We couldn't because of the changes in all the agencies, the change of government as well last year, the CBN, all of these agencies that are relevant in this endeavor had changes. So we couldn't start the program. This is why we are doing it now. And this is the second in the series. We plan to have another one in Kano and the grand finale in Lagos by the special grace of God before we exit office. So I wouldn't go into the papers. I listened to the EFCC chair and the general counsel of the NFIU. We hear all of you, but I want to let you know that even though we abdicated in the past, we've come back on track, and this fight is our fight. And we will lead the NFIU, we will lead the ICPC, we lead the EFCC in this fight, and not the other way around. That is why we decided to self-regulate. We are responsible, we know what we are what we are supposed to do, and we are determined to do it. And distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to celebrate two individuals that happen to also be here, to be here, and it's in demonstration of their commitment to this cause. Earlier when we walked in, Mr. OCG Okocha saw Mr. Jide Ogundipe. I said, how come you are wearing this? I almost didn't recognize you, meaning he wasn't dressed in suit. But I'm sure that Mr. Jide Ogundipe is also speaking to us. I don't know, sir, if I'm taking you far, but I think you're of the 1977 call, 1980 call, 1979. So you can see that happened a long time ago, such that we are even dancing between 78, 79. So 1978 call. So he's a lawyer, but he decided to dress this way to make a statement to us. That is how sometimes we mask these monies that we are talking about. So he's already speaking to us, by the way he has dressed. But I just want to say that the duo of Professor Ernest Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and Mr. Jide Ogundipe, they sat day and night, and I don't know, perhaps if Professor Ojukwu spares me, he will not mention what I did to them, but I know they put together the rules of professional conduct, part 2 of it, containing the anti-money laundering guidelines and the guidelines on terrorism financing, maybe in less than 1 week. Mr. Jide Ogundipe would be in London, he will be on the flight, and because of the class of flights that they enter, you can still chat with them while they are airborne. So I'll be disturbing him. He will say, Yakubu, I will get back to you once I arrive and settle in my hotel. And by the way, he's one of very few that call me by my first name, and I love it. So these two did a wonderful job, and you can see their commitment. He just returned from London 2 days ago, and he said, well, he has to be here to take this subject. And they are the co-chairs of the NBA Anti-Money Laundering Committee that was put together under the rules of professional conduct. Well, they will be speaking to us in terms of the subject that we have come to talk about today. I just want to say a big thank you to them, and that we would continue to do more to demonstrate our good faith with respect to the fight against corruption in this country, and reassure our good friends of the law enforcement agencies that we are equal to the task, we are committed to it, and it is for us a lifestyle, and we are prepared to do that shift of mindset to get back on track and do what we are supposed to do. Thank my president, who I just sent a message to, and he said that he is going to be here. And like he has always done, he's been president of the bar. He left and never left the bar. He's been supporting the bar, and every activity of the Nigerian Bar Association enjoys the support of the president. So thank you so very much. And like Sakwara said, you should continue to live for the direction of the people and advance the cause of your nation. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. And on this note, I have the honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Attorney General. By the way, the Honorable Attorney General, Eddie Mark, and myself, callmates Reginald, callmate Sosa, if you are asking why I chose to sit here, it is to come and sit in the comfort of my callmates. Other than that, I will be, you heard when Oga was called to the bar. So imagine where I was at that time. I wouldn't have been that comfortable. And Reginald is also here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentlemen, good morning. There was this Cuban ambassador, had done a long tour of duty in several countries and rounded up in Nigeria. In this farewell dinner, he said he found Nigerians remarkable, that they will list a long list of protocols for maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and they say, all protocols observed. I am a Nigerian. Before I say all protocols observed, let me recognize our president. I think in this hall, basically myself and Eddie Mark and himself are the only three persons from the 1990 call set. Any other person? No. Then we used to have a full crop, like Mr. Gundigbe and Mr. Deshino. But age has wiped it off. We now do low cut to hide the baldness. Mr. President, thank you for finding Port Harcourt worthy to host this workshop. And of course, the evergreen, the ever-present OCJ Okocha SAN, always with the bar. Also, the evergreen, ever-present Professor N.S. Ojukwu SAN. I welcome you all to Port Harcourt. I bring you greetings from His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Joseph Fubara, who is unavoidably absent and has asked me to welcome you on his behalf. You know, money matters matter. Corruption is wealth gained without labor. It was Mohandas K. Gandhi who said, wealth without labor impoverishes a country. And of course, ill-gotten wealth is not very far from money laundering. And we can never have a better workshop than this. A workshop where you have the key watchdogs, EFCC, ICPC, NFIU, and the DSS present. It is my prayer and His Excellency's best wishes that at the end of this workshop, it will not just be a talk shop. We'll be able to walk the walk. So that at the end of the day, Nigeria will be better for it. When we go from this time and place, the members of the bar will be the vanguards in the fight against corruption and money laundering. We cannot have a better nation if the lawyers take the back seat in the fight against money laundering. So on behalf of His Excellency, I wish all of us very fruitful deliberations as I declare this workshop open. Thank you and welcome to Rivers State.
Please, another round of applause for His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State. Thank you so much, everyone. Please, another round of applause for all of you members of the Nigerian Bar Association that are present here. This is actually very commendable that we could come to Port Harcourt in this short notice, and we have this number of people attending this workshop. We even have many more online, and that's very impressive. Madam Chairman, I congratulate you on this very already successful outing, on behalf of the national leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association. Without further ado, we will go to the meat and substance of why we are here today. We have different topics that have been curated by the Anti-Money Laundering Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association, and they are meant to make us understand the purpose of our own anti-money laundering guidelines and the expectations of the law enforcement agencies, and of course our own expectation too as legal practitioners of these law enforcement agencies that are here today. So please kindly make welcome the co-chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Anti-Money Laundering Committee, Mr. Babajide Ogundekbe. Please, to the podium. Thanks, sir. Thank you. Please also make welcome Professor Ernest Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the co-chairman of the MBA Anti-Money Laundering Committee. The teacher. You are welcome, sir. Please have your seat, sir. Please also make welcome Ms. Ungunan Kakwa of the EFCC. Please, a round of applause for her. Also to join us is Mr. Erinomo Temitokbe of the EFCC also. And of course, the General Counsel of the NFIU. Please, you're most welcome, Mr. Felix. So, thank you so much. So please, if I have your attention, the first topic that we're going to be dealing with today is the overview of the anti-money laundering / counter-financing terrorism global requirements for legal practitioners. Just so that we know that all of these requirements are not limited to us or specific to us as Nigerian lawyers. They are actually global requirements. And to do justice to that topic is Ms. Gunan Kakwa of the EFCC. Please make her welcome.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is my second, like all the previous speakers have said, this is the second series in this workshop. And I always have this first slot. And true to the MBA fashion, because of how early we start, it gives me time to just breeze through so that the senior colleagues there can take the most important part. So, all protocols duly observed. This time I won't go down to mention everyone. I'll just go ahead. My name is Gunan Kakwa. I work with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I'm a lawyer of 20 years, but a law enforcement officer for about 18 years. Currently, I'm in the SCUMO department as an analyst, and I'm here today to just run a brief overview of the global requirements for legal practitioners with regards to AML and CFT. My presentation should be up there, but I'll just go ahead. The Financial Action Task Force the intergovernmental body that provides guidelines for anti-money laundering and CFT policies to guard the economic stability of the global world, has over 20 years now required countries globally to apply AML and CFT measures to gatekeepers. Okay. So in the second round of the Nigerian Mutual Evaluation Exercise in 2021, the FATF observed several deficiencies in our AML CFT regimes. This led to us being placed under enhanced monitoring. That's called the gray list. So we now have an action plan, that's Nigeria, to be able, for certain things that we need to do to be able to exit this gray list, or we'll probably be pushed to worse monitoring, that's the blacklist. So this presentation will look at the various frameworks for legal sectors around the world, just so that we understand that this is not restricted to the legal practitioners in Nigeria, but it's a framework that is being applied to all the legal personnel in the world. So, who are the gatekeepers? Oh, that's really tiny. Gatekeeper professions include accountants, lawyers, and professionals such as trust and company service providers. So that's why we're here. That's why we're talking to ourselves here, to see how we can collaborate and be able to understand what is needed for us, lawyers, legal practitioners, to be able to guide the economy by following these laws. So the FATF report of the state of effectiveness and compliance with FATF standards, published in April 2022, found that gatekeepers generally have a poor understanding of their risks than financial institutions and regularly fail to mitigate them, making them vulnerable to exploitation, which is why we're here. So we're not saying lawyers, the legal profession is not doing what they don't need to do, but we're just saying we need to speak to ourselves so that we understand what we need to do more to safeguard the profession and just guard ourselves against being used as a conduit for money laundering, or just being used by bad actors to perpetuate illicit acts. So, the FATF recommendation 22 talks about customer due diligence and record keeping. And it says lawyers, notaries, other independent legal professionals, and accountants, when they prepare for or carry out transactions for their client concerning the following activities. This now lists the activities that lawyers carry out that may expose them to being used as a conduit for money laundering. This list, interestingly, I think section 57 or 58 of the RPC also has a similar list, which lists the activities that when a lawyer is doing those activities, he should be aware, take extra care, because they fall under the activities that need to be monitored so that you're not used as a conduit for money laundering. Then recommendation 10 of the FATF regulation talks about customer due diligence. It requires, as lawyers, you identify and verify your client's identity. Verify the beneficial ownership of transactions that you're doing. Now, the core concept of gatekeeping is that professions that are called gatekeepers are people that have access to the financial economy. So through the money launderer will want to legitimize his funds. And what would they do? It's not so easy to go through the bank, so they'll go to the non-financial economy, and that's the DNFBPs, designated non-financial businesses and professions, which lawyers fall under. So we are now the gatekeepers into the financial institutions. So we need to adhere by some of these rules, identify and verify clients' identity. I think in one of the welcome speeches, I think it was the NFIU that mentioned that due diligence does not mean, sorry, when you're reporting an STR does not mean you're reporting the person, but that's a step to due diligence. You have noticed something amiss and you're sending it. So this customer due diligence also protects you because you're also looking at guarding your business, looking at your risk profile. What is the risk profile you can handle by taking on this business, by doing this transaction? So that's the extra step this recommendation is asking us to do. Then recommendation 11, record keeping. This is just basic record keeping, keep everything you need so when law enforcement comes, you assist. That's the collaboration we're talking about. Because for any investigation to be successful, you need information, and it's the people that have the information that can help the law enforcement to make the right, do the right investigations. Then recommendation 12 talks about politically exposed persons. We all know who these people are. There's no definition of a politically exposed person, but because of the business, when I say the business, the sector you're in, anyone can be a politically exposed person depending on what the person is doing at the time or where the person is. So they may not necessarily be appointees of government, but people that have access to funds like that are all politically exposed persons, and it's required that the lawyers conduct enhanced due diligence to mitigate risks of them being used to launder their funds. The new technologies, the reliance on third parties. New technologies, that speaks for itself, appropriate measures to mitigate risk by using technology to run your business. That's keeping records, and let's say there's also this sanctions list. Run your clients through the sanction list. That's an easy use of technology as well. I'll get to that. Then relies on third parties. Now the issue of due diligence is as simple, sometimes as simple as just running a Google search to see. Sometimes you run someone's name and it pops up that, oh, they have a case with this and that. That's a simple way of doing it, and then you can take a step further. But now for people that have more funds, they can actually contract out that service. So it's allowed to do that, but that does not shift the risk to the person you contract. It's still, the burden still falls on you. If anything goes wrong, that you did not do your due diligence on the person. So looking at it globally, we look at the EU. The EU has a package that has substantive law and institutional reforms with regards to their AML framework. They have the new AML regulation, the new AML directive, amendments to the transfer of funds regulation, and establishment of the AMLA. So this, in all of this, what struck me was like the establishment of the AMLA. It's kind of like the SRB. They've given them the SRB role that the new rules here has, because the NBA MLA committee is the SRB, is the self-regulatory body of the lawyers, the legal profession, with regards to the MLCFT regime. So let's go forward. Then the Belgian bar. There's a risk assessment, and it is held by the president of the Belgian bar. So he weighs it's based on the understanding of MLTTFC frameworks. Risks are relevant to the lawyers, which is what we're doing here. We're trying to find out what it is that would expose us inadvertently to being used. So that's sort of a risk assessment, which is what the Belgian bar does. And then they have on-site supervision to see if the lawyers are following, which is what SCUMUL also does. SCUMUL has on-site visits to DNFBPs to see if they're complying, and also to just, sometimes it's not just for compliance, but also to guide and collaborate to see if there's help they need in applying these various frameworks. This is just stuff that we can always read online. Let's just move on. Then yes, the UK. The UK has the Solicitor Regulatory Authority, which also self-regulates, imposes the penalties on the lawyers and kind of monitors them with regards to their AML and CFT practices. The KYC, CDD, and STR reporting, they're all doing that as well in the UK. Then Canada is the AML CFT framework is being regulated by the FinTrack, and they can impose fines on law firms for non-compliance and also warning letters, as well as financial penalties. So the Mutual Evaluation Report 2021 of Nigeria found that despite the gatekeeping role of lawyers in Nigeria's economy, particularly concerning legal persons, PEPs and high net worth clients, AMLT, CFT requirements are inoperative. I just want to say that this was in 2021. The FATF has done like a horizontal review, which came out 12th of July 2024. And in that report, they've amended their position to say that it's not like the lawyers do not have, the AML CFT requirements are inoperative. What they see is a lack of understanding to these requirements, which is one of the needs we're addressing with these series that we're going around. So lawyers should understand the different laws that apply to them and the actions they need to take. So Regulation 28 now talks about supervision of DNF BPs. That's the designated non-financial businesses and professions, which lawyers fall under by definition of Section 30 of the Money Laundering Act. So they're saying that a lack of supervision is what brings vulnerability to the system. But this has been corrected with the RPC, which now has the committee that has the mandate to supervise the legal profession. So the current MLCFT framework for Nigeria, we have ongoing engagement within the NBA and the government regulators, which is what we're doing here. The NBA has adopted the self-regulatory model, which is highly commendable. Then the Rules of Professional Conduct, Chapter 2, provides for the guidelines on anti-money laundering and combating financial terrorism for legal practitioners, which seeks to address the rating of Recommend 28. I think Section 61 of the RPC talks a lot about that. So other obligations on that lawyers, there's the targeted financial sanctions, which I mentioned earlier. There's a list, there's a Nigerian Sanction Committee. They have a list of persons that have been designated as terrorists or people that have associated with terrorism. So you go onto this website and you register, and then you can run a search. When you have a client, you just go on run a search and see if the person falls under this thing. So that's an easy form of CDD, customer due diligence, that we're hoping that the lawyers will involve in their daily businesses. Then conduct enhanced due diligence and reporting on transactions related to politically exposed persons. Then conduct beneficial ownership due diligence using the public CAC registrar on the CAC portal. Then filing of suspicious transaction reports. This is a bit of a cantankerous point, but that's why we're here, so that we can have a discussion to collaborate and see how we can improve the framework of the MLCFT in the country. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for Ms. Gunan Kakwa. Please be informed that we are going to be having a question and answer session afterwards, and any other question that you might have as regards this anti-money laundering issue and the provisions of our own guidelines. Without further ado, please may I call on Mr. Erinomo Temitokwe of the EFCC to take us through guidance on conducting market entry controls and KYCs. Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Temitokwe Erinomo. I also work with the Special Constraints Against Money Laundering of the EFCC. I work as a strategic analyst in SCUMUL for a while now. Basically, I'll be taking us through an overview of a guidance that we have also developed to assist self-regulatory bodies when conducting market entry controls for the purpose of onboarding persons who wants to practice the profession. And first of all, I want to acknowledge some of the statements that have been made by the previous speakers. Particularly the person that represented I think it was the Attorney General or so on, he spoke about the importance of information, and to the extent that if he has his way, he will actually close his courts for today and ask everybody to move down here. Now, the import of that is the fact that the world we have today, every one of us, we are left with two choices. It is either you go to meet the world, that is, you go international, or the world comes to meet you. So whichever way, or whichever of these choices you want to choose, somehow you will have to face the international world. Let me give you a simple illustration. How churches in Nigeria, or how religious institutions generally in Nigeria, have said some times ago that no, we are not we are not going to accept any form of regulation, or government telling us to do this is wrong and all that. Meanwhile, unfortunately, these people are also going international. And in a very funny case, one of our churches in the UK, one of our Nigerian churches in the UK, was also doing the same thing, thinking we were still in Nigeria. And the UK Charity Commission said, no, you will not do this. Why? Because this and this are against the law. And if you read the reports of the Charity Commission against that particular church, now you will understand what I have said, that whether you like it or not, you either go to meet the world, or the world comes to meet you somehow. And that is the very essence of everything that the NBA has taken proactive steps to ensure that lawyers in Nigeria have proper understanding and guidance as to how these things are done. You must have heard about the Financial Action Task Force, which my colleague talked about previously. The Financial Action Task Force provides the global governance for issues of anti-money laundering and also countering financing of terrorism. And whether you say, like I've heard in some forums, oh, these are just the extension of neocolonialism, these people just want to impose their thing on us. Anyhow, whatever position you have taken, you must have to make some compliance with these requirements, whether you like it or not. Because why? The world has become a global village. And you live in this world and you have to comply with what is needed to do these things. Now, when we talk about my presentation, which is the market entry control, the guidance that we have provided this guidance specifically for the self-regulatory bodies, particularly the gatekeepers who have functions or who have responsibility to onboard persons into the financial world or into the real economy. And the FATF told us in one of their recommendations that countries should put in place measures, regulators, supervisors, and particularly self-regulatory bodies to ensure that measures are put in place to prevent criminals, not only the criminals themselves, but also their associates, from being professionally accredited. Simply means from getting onboarded to practice the profession. You will understand the fact that the role that you play as a gatekeeper, it's a very crucial one. Now, for you to keep the gate, now you also must be someone of reputation, and integrity as well. So right from the time of onboarding these professionals, whether we are talking about lawyers, we are talking about accountants, we are talking about trust and company service providers, or we are even talking about the real estate persons who provide the access to the real economy, to the financial system, for these persons, you must ensure that you also are persons, who have the integrity and who can defend the integrity of the profession itself. So that is what that FATF recommendation is actually telling us in basic terms. That self-regulatory bodies must ensure that criminals and their associates are not professionally accredited, or persons who even hold controls of these entities are not criminals or persons who are associated with criminals. And let's look at how this played out in our country, Nigeria. Next slide, please. Now, the gentleman that you see is pictured on the board is an Irishman called Michael Quinn. And this particular man, there was a panel of inquiry in Highland some years back that indicted this man to the extent that when you read the report of that inquiry, the report suggests that this man might actually be connected to the Irish paramilitaries. However, because our market entry control systems failed completely, this particular man, his son, and his associates were able to open more than 20 companies in Nigeria, despite the indictments, despite the evidences that these persons have criminal backgrounds. To the extent that if they had succeeded, these people would have schemed Nigeria close to $11.6 billion. $11.6 billion of monies that we don't have. Now, if you listen to the news this morning or yesterday, some legs of the cases were also mentioned. The appeal they had against the case we pulled against them in the UK courts. Now, this is the essence of letting our controls to allow this kind of persons, to allow criminals, to allow persons of low integrity not only to come into the professions, but also coming into the real economy or into the financial system. By now, if you remove 11.6 billion naira from the Nigerian reserve as it starts today, in fact, by tomorrow morning, it is expected that dollars will almost be $1 to a naira will almost be like 2.5 if you're going to pay this money out of the present reserves. So this is just the essence why self-regulatory bodies must put in place proper controls to ensure that these criminals do not have access to the financial system and also to the real economy. Now, next slide, please. When we talk about market entry, anti-money laundering market entry controls, what are we looking about? What are we talking about in specific? We are generally talking about 4 basic things. Number 1 is the fact that there must be a procedure for conducting criminal background checks. Yes, I know that the MBA has its own procedure, where persons are made to make declaration that indeed they do not have conviction on them. Now, the second thing is the fact that the law has provided a framework for identifying persons who are involved in acts of terrorism or terrorism financing or proliferation of weapons of mass destruction or financing the proliferation of mass destruction. The law has identified these people, and it is your responsibility to ensure that these persons are not onboarded as professionals into the to practice the profession, and also they are not onboarded to come into the financial system. Again, I will go back to where I started earlier, talking about the fact that we only have 2 choices. It is either you go to meet the world or the world comes to meet you. Imagine you have a client who is incorporated in the US and is telling you that I have these obligations in the US, and you are like, oh, I have never heard of that before. Sincerely, you are not going to get that brief. So all these are important. The law also the market entry control guidance also talk about due diligence in respect of politically exposed persons. Now, who are these politically exposed persons? We are simply talking about persons who hold or held political function, prominent political functions, whether in Nigeria here or overseas. Now, the law is not saying that being a politically exposed person in his own right, it's criminal. No, that is not what we are looking at here. However, we must understand that one of the biggest issues or one of the biggest sources or predicate crimes to money laundering in our home clime is corruption. And you must ensure that there are proper due diligence when you are dealing with these persons. So to the extent that you have reasonable assurance that these monies they are bringing in to set up these companies you are setting up for them, to finance the transactions you're taking care of for them, they are not monies that are brought in from these sources. And also the issue of beneficial ownership information verification. That is also a very key component of your due diligence and criminal background checks or market entry controls, not only when they are onboarding professionally, but also when you are bringing in clients, you are engaging your clients. Now, when we talk about criminal background checks, you can just go ahead. All this what lawyers are known about. Now, we are talking about the fact that you must obtain reasonable assurance as to the identity of the persons that you are dealing with. And before I go forward, let me just quickly put up a caveat. Every obligation you have under the anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism, they are not things that are related to your litigation process. No. The law did not say that when you are representing a client in a criminal matter, you have to file an STR. The reason why it's a criminal matter is because there is something suspicious in it in the first place. No, the law is not saying that. What this applies to are specific transactions. If you look at the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, those transactions are specifically listed. For example, when you are acting as a company formation agent, when you are involved in real estate transactions, when you are involved in setting up trust arrangements. These are the time when these obligations applies, because that was the first misunderstanding between the regulators and the MBA at the first time. The knowledge was not there. The regulators felt, everything must be reported. Even when a client comes to seek representation in criminal matters, you should apply AML CFT due diligence. No, that is not what the law says. There are specific obligations, there are specific instances which this obligations applies to. And I will also enjoin every one of us, apart from actually reading the related parts in the RPC, let's also take our time and look at the money laundering prevention and prohibition and also texts that talk about these issues for us to have a more robust understanding of what we are talking about. We can move on quickly. Let's just, all those ones, I should have been coming here to sell highs to the Eskimos. Let's just move on. Okay. Now, in terms of conducting your market entry control, one thing that is very key, it's also the implementation of the targeted financial system or financial sanction. What does this simply mean? It means that certain persons, the law has designated them as persons who are involved in facilitation of terrorism, or involved in terrorism themselves, or persons who are involved in proliferation financing. Now, if you look at the UN Convention, we can go to the next slide. If you look at the UN conventions that speaks to these issues, let's just go. These are things that can be read up. Sorry, let's go back. So if you look at the UN conventions that speaks to these issues, they are global framework. If a client, if you do that for a client in Nigeria here, it's as well as you have violated those UN protocols globally. Because why? Now, we have two of those UN Security Council resolutions, talking about the UN Security Council Resolution 1267, dealing with everybody related to Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, and persons who are designated under similar instruments. They were all put under this list. Now, it is your responsibility to ensure that when you are going into business transactions, that they are not persons who are involved in these designations. And also, if you look at the second UN Security Council resolution, talking about UN Security Council Resolution 1373, which talk about domestic terrorists, that is persons who have been designated in Nigeria, you also have obligations to ensure that persons that you are dealing with are also not these persons involved in this transaction. Let's quickly go forward. Now, how do you do this? The law has provided a database. Next slide, please. The law has provided a database of what to check, of who to check. And you are required to check the UN Consolidated List, talking about the global list of persons who have been designated, and also the Nigerian sanction list on the links that we provided on those places. If you check our website at scuml.org, you will also see guidances and this link provided. If you check the NFIU website, you will see these links provided as well. Please, these are some of the basic due diligence that you must take care of. I will just stop here. The rest are just some administrative things that should follow from there. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for Mr. Eriomo Tevitope. When we had the last session, the first session in Abuja, I had called him Erilomo, but actually it's Eriomo. But it means the same thing actually. It means the child is an elephant, meaning that don't bother about his size. It's actually very big, and what he has delivered to us apparently too is a very big part of what we are doing today. As you would be aware, I'm sure that you have been hearing so much about anti-money laundering, anti-money laundering. Our guidelines include rules against counter-financing terrorism. And as you are aware, there is no other government agency that is privileged in that regard to talk to us about it than the Department of State Services. And we have the privilege today to have with us one of our members, a very distinguished member of our own Nigerian Bar Association, the Director of Legal of the Department of State Services, Mr. U.N. Dauda Esquire. So please, I would call on him to please come and give some perspective on the counter-financing terrorism part of this discourse. Please, another round of applause for him.
Thank you. The NBA president, the doyen of the legal profession, OCJ Okocha SAN, members of the high table here present, excuse me. Distinguished colleagues, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Good afternoon. I just want to add a word or two to what my colleagues have said pertaining to anti-money laundering and terrorism financing efforts of the country. They have done justice to the issue. I just want to highlight that money laundering is about cleaning what I may describe as dirty or toxic money. Criminals do that when the source of the fund is illegal and they want to clean it through various layering processes to inject it into the formal economy so that they can enjoy the ill-gotten wealth like any other law-abiding citizen. While in the case of terrorism financing, the source may be legal, it may be clean money, but the purpose or destination is illegal. So as legal practitioners, we should make effort to identify or understand these two processes so that we don't use the process of identifying laundered money to terrorism financing. Some years back, we had a classical case of money laundering of one Abdullahi Berende, who was convicted. He was a member of the Islamic movement in Nigeria. You know, that organization has what I may call shadow governors in all the states of the federation, which is a precursor of their imaginary creation of a state within a state, using the Iranian model, whereby Ayatollah Khomeini toppled an existing government and they had what they call Islamic revolution in Iran. They have these structures in Nigeria. Funding are coming in from Iran, Hezbollah, and other organizations across the world to fund their terrorist activities in Nigeria. The case was investigated. They had spies and other operatives in Lagos trying to carry out some attacks on some select embassies. And when you use the technique of money laundering to investigate, you will never get them, because they have businesses set up in Kano and Lagos using Nigerian proxies who are genuine businessmen running those businesses. We patronize them, but whenever they want to fund their activities, it's a matter of telling the person that will carry out the nefarious criminal act to meet so and so person, either the chairman of a supermarket and MD of a company, and they get funding. They can even do so through the formal system because they have corporate bank accounts, they have lawyers advising them, and the lawyer that is advising them may not know that they are into terrorism financing. He will be doing his business genuinely. But the purpose for which they send some of such monies is for evil intent. Even as philanthropic and human-minded lawyers, we can find ourselves on the wrong side of the law by being accused for terrorism financing. How do we do that? We always have sympathy for anybody in need. We want to touch lives positively, having been blessed by God. And we may be donating to charities. Meanwhile, some of those charities are set up by terrorist organizations. They will show you pictures of people that are in dire need of support and assistance. You will be moved and donate. But unfortunately, what you might have donated with the best of intention to help the needy will be channeled into causing more problems to the needy that you intend to help. So, as my colleagues said, Nigeria is part of the global community. Whether we continue to foot drag as lawyers that some of these processes may breach our confidentiality with our client or otherwise, as he said, if we insulate ourselves here in Nigeria, can we insulate ourselves in other countries? Because even the practice of the profession is going global. There are efforts by foreign lawyers to come and practice here in Nigeria. I don't know how long we can insulate ourselves. But at one of the NBA forums at Transcorp in Abuja, I told the distinguished members of our profession that we should think outside the box. We should also try to imbibe the requisite skills so that we also play global. We must buy into ICT because our job as lawyers is to settle disputes. When you have other skilled workers settling more disputes than our courts, we know that we have a problem. Going back to our issue of MLCFT, there are various recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force. Sometimes they call it 40 recommendation. Some will say 40 plus 2 is always evolving. It's available at the website of the Financial Action Task Force or even GABA. I think it will help us to acquaint ourselves with all these recommendations. And accompanying those recommendations, there are methodologies and typologies that will explain to us how the Financial Action Task Force implement most of those recommendations. It will go a long way in enlightening us the more to appreciate how lawyers globally handle issues concerning anti-money laundering and terrorism financing. The NBA president, in his wisdom, has solved the problem that we have been grappling with right from the era of the Presidential Committee on Financial Action Task Force. As you may be aware, this is the second time Nigeria is entering the Financial Action Task Force gray list, which is not good for any country. It destabilizes the economy. What it means to be on the gray list is the international community will be wary of transacting business with the country. So it has a lot of negative implication on the country. The first time Nigeria was on the gray list, we struggled to come out, and we came out. Now we are back again due to some observed deficiencies. Because at that time there was effort by the committee to make designated non-financial institutions and professions, which NBA is part of, to be regulated by SCOMO. NBA said no, we are self-regulatory. It went to court and it had a judgment. At that time, my advice to them was, look, we cannot do this without engaging the General Council of the Bar and the Body of Benchers. And that is exactly what the court did by saying NBA cannot be regulated by any other organization. And there was a problem which the rules of professional conduct and the remuneration of legal practitioners guidelines inaugurated by the NBA president has resolved. And I'm happy, with the permission of the president, that I had a singular honor and privilege of presenting the rules and the guidelines to the country's permanent representative at the UN last year to tell the world that NBA Nigeria is on board. Thank you very much. And everything is being done to make sure that Nigeria complies with the global standard. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you so much. You would have to appreciate that, like the NBA president does to everybody, he had to come to his place where he was seated to tell him, come and talk to us about this. So all that he has told us, he had to do it impromptu, but because he's an expert in this field, he delivered very well. Please, a round of applause for him again, please. Okay, so we have with us Mr. Babajide Ogundigbe. He's going to be taking us through the topic, combating money laundering in the legal profession, understanding the NBA guidelines. We all need this understanding. Aside our patriotic duty, which he has mentioned now, that our activities are capable, if we do not check ourselves, to put in or keep Nigeria in that gray zone. We also have a duty of professional conduct, because these rules, these guidelines now is part of our conduct, of our rules of professional conduct. And so, please, may I welcome Mr. Babajide Ogundigbe to take us through this topic and to teach us practical steps to get around these guidelines. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be back in Port Harcourt. I arrived last night, or rather yesterday afternoon, late afternoon, and I couldn't recognize the place anymore. Obviously it's been a long time since I've been here. Last time I was in Port Harcourt, the governor was Rotimi Amechi, and he had started doing certain things, and certain people didn't like it, and other people were looking. Then Governor Wike came, and I mean, it's amazing. If you put me, and I was telling Professor this when we were coming yesterday, early part of my profession, I used to come to Port Harcourt at least 2 or 3 times a month. I really enjoyed Port in those days. It was a great place. I was a young man, so you can imagine, we had a great time. I didn't know CJ Okocha when I first started coming. So, it probably would have been worse if I had known him. But the thing was that there were places in Port Harcourt that I recognized, I knew I could go around. And when I got here yesterday, if you drop me in a place that I used to go 30 years ago, I'd be totally lost. So, that I just thought I'd share that with you because I'm really impressed with what has happened in Port Harcourt in the intervening period. And the other thing is this, is that the time came when you had this issue with violence that made many of us, or many people, stop coming. And I used to tell people, I say, yes, bad things are happening in Port Harcourt, but some of my best friends live there. And if they can live there, it can't be that bad. So I was talking about you, OCJ. I'm just going to have a quick run through on the AML guidelines which are in the rules of professional conduct. I'm not going to go into them in depth, just something of an overview. And by way of introduction, I want to say that the legal profession has always understood that it had an obligation not to assist criminals. We don't assist criminals. I mean, I have to deal with my grandson who's nearly 11 years old. He listens to his mother and she tells him that all lawyers are criminals, all lawyers are liars and all that sort of stuff. And that's the sort of negative nonsense that one has to deal with people who are ignorant. The fact is, those of you who are here or watching know, those of us in the profession, we don't help criminals. That's not what we do. We defend criminals because they're entitled to a defense in accordance with the law. We're upholding the law in defending people. But at the time when we're defending them, they are not criminals. They're innocent. And our job is to assist the court in determining whether or not these people have actually committed crimes. At the end of that process, if we fail, then those people become criminals. But until that happens, we're not working for criminals. Okay. Now, so we've always had an obligation to ensure that criminality, we're not part of criminality. We have our essential ethics of the legal profession, and that includes an obligation not to support or facilitate criminal activity. Then we also have the rules, the regulations, the laws, which are passed by a legislature. And over a period of time, laws have changed and placed obligations on lawyers. In 2004, when I first became aware of this, and I only became aware of the obligations that had been placed on lawyers by legislation when a colleague in Sierra Leone, of all places, sent me an email, and he quoted from the Sierra Leonean provision. He asked, are Nigerian legal practitioners subject to these same provisions? And I laughed. I said, what a joke. That can't happen. But I said, let me just check it. I called someone, go to the library, get me the legislation, and there it was, exactly the same as the Sierra Leone one. Why was it exactly the same? FATF, Financial Action Task Force. I don't like them. I never have done. But they're a reality. We have to deal with them. FATF put pressure on governments, and governments passed legislation. So, what did we do in the legal profession? We challenged these provisions that said lawyers were designated non-financial institutions. We challenged it in court. We won in the Federal High Court. We won in the Court of Appeal. Jubilation. Lawyers are entitled to be self-regulating. And it's interesting this, the government did not appeal. The appeal was by the Central Bank of Nigeria, who joined as a party because the enforcement, SCOMO has been around for a long time, and to be fair to them, we were making life very difficult for them. So the CBN said there's one simple way to make lawyers comply. We regulate the banks, and we tell the banks that any DNFI not registered with SCUMO, you can't maintain accounts for them. And that was the choke. So and that was what prompted the NBA to start legal action. So we'd won. We're waiting for CBN's appeal in the Supreme Court to be dismissed, as we expected and still expect if it continues to happen. Then we look at the next iteration of the anti-money laundering legislation, and they basically overruled the judgment. They said, we don't care what your rules of professional ethics say, we don't care what your professional standards say, doesn't matter, these are the things you have to apply. And I have to commend our president, and I'm going to pull his leg, because he's probably noticed I like to do that, pull his leg and say that it was a result, and this is what we say in Lagos about you, Yakubu. It was Kebi Barakbo that resulted in the rules of professional conduct, the new part being inserted. Now, for those of you who don't understand what I'm saying about Kebi Barakbo, the former Attorney General of the Federation, I'm told his state of origin is Kebi. The former chairman of the EFCC, I'm told his state of origin is Kebi. The president of the Nigerian Bar Association, I know his state of origin is Kebi. So I think the suspicion that there was Kebi Barakpo is very strong. Whether it was or not, I don't know. However, the result is positive in that the RPC was amended, these rules were put in place, and now we have an absolute love-in between the Nigerian Bar Association, the EFCC, the NFIU, everybody, we all love each other now, which is a good thing. And I think that Yakubu has to take credit for that. So, now, the new rules have introduced, with regard to money laundering, anti-money laundering provisions, what FATF and practitioners in this field have described as a risk-based approach to money laundering. There are two recognized approaches. There's the risk-based approach and the rules-based approach. The rules-based approach simply says, here are the rules, everybody must follow them, and then you get what essentially is a box-ticking exercise. Did you put this there? Yes, all right, tick. Did you put this there? It's not there, okay. Application rejected. That sort of approach in this field, in our profession, can't work. The risk-based approach, which I'll just summarize very quickly, is one that is far more effective and efficient in terms of addressing the issues that have been identified as bringing lawyers within the scope of being participants in money laundering. As I said, lawyers, and I challenge anyone this, lawyers have never ever, or proper lawyers will never ever set out to help criminals. It's not what we do. We don't set out to do it. But it's possible. And as the gentleman from the DSS indicated, it's possible for things to happen and you're not, because you haven't focused on it, you get caught, you get sucked in. So one of the first things that we in the new rules, starting with Rule 57, is that we call on, and this is something we've always had to do, we call on our members to know our client, know your client. At the beginning of the engagement, who are they? When we did this in Abuja, Prof said he even asked people, I want to see your BVN. I want to see your NIN. Huh? Or birth certificate, who's your mother? maybe not that bad, but I think you understand. We're trying to ensure that we know who our clients are. That the guy isn't someone who was released from prison on charges of fraud last week, and he's gone to his back garden, and he's dug up all the money that he stole. And then lawyer, please, I want you to help me invest this. So you need to know who you're dealing with. Whenever you have a suspicion, we all have, sometimes you get this feeling, something not quite right about this. Where you have that, look a bit deeper. And where you have doubts as to the veracity of the documentation that has been provided to you by your client when you do your client intake. These are some of the things that the rules now require you to pay attention to. You need to keep records. Keep records. It's a very easy thing to say, and it's a very easy thing for someone like myself. I've been in in inverted commas, big law firm for my entire career. It's over 40 years. But not everybody does this. Not everybody is in this sort of situation. But you are required under the rules to keep records for a minimum of 5 years after the engagement ends. After 5 years, after you finish working, you can burn it, do anything you want, but you are required to keep these records. Another thing you're required to do, it's been mentioned before, is you're required to be aware of exposure to politically exposed people. And I've said this before, and as Gunan mentioned, there's no proper definition of this. But we all have I can't say we all know, we all have an inclination that X is a politically exposed person. But the question I ask is, when does it end? When does it end? A man was a governor 20 years ago. When he left office, he was no longer involved in anything political. Is he a politically exposed person? I don't know. I don't think so, but there's this thing. And then the most difficult thing about the obligations we have under the law is still there, and we've taken those provisions and incorporated it into the rules, is the suspicious transaction report. You've heard about that today. STRs. Now, one of the major objections we had to STRs was that essentially, and I know that the NFIU, he's a lawyer, but he understands this, feel that you're not reporting criminal conduct. You're just reporting a suspicious transaction. However, as a lawyer, we have certain obligations to the client. I mean, how can you take proper instructions from a client if the client cannot be 100% candid with you? And in the process of being candid with you, you then have an obligation. If the recently released imprisoned fraudster emerges and comes to your office and says, lawyer, they locked me up. I'm out now. I've served my time. But they didn't find this money. Yeah? I've just dug it up. I hid it in my garden. They never found it. Here it is. Please, can you help me with it? What is your answer? No. Sorry. I can't do it. Because those are the proceeds of criminal conduct and I cannot be engaged in it. Now, for most people, it's best to leave it at that. Please go away. I don't want to see you again. But the law says this is an incident which you must report. Is that right? Well, fortunately, and unfortunately for myself and Professor, the MBA, as part of trying to find a solution to this, introduced its anti-money laundering committee. Yakubu, in his wisdom, has dropped me in it. 20 years later, Yakubu, I'm still doing this thing. I should be playing with my grandchildren, which is the reason why I've got Professor doing all the work. The NBA has an anti-money laundering committee, recently inaugurated, and the rules say suspicious transaction reports should go to that committee. So you don't report to the feds, to use American parlance, and they are the feds because they're federal agencies. You don't report to them. You keep it within the profession, and you go to the NBA, and the NBA will scrutinize it and then determine, okay, we will send this on or advise you. And indeed, one of the pieces of advice that I would give to anyone who is confronted with this situation is, if you want to know what to do, how to approach this thing, come to the committee. The committee has been set up. It's going to be continuous. It's there to serve you. It's there to help you. Make sure that you stay on the right side of the law, which is what we all want to do. We don't want to get engaged in any criminal conduct. So I'm just going to round up now by saying a few things, right? When you find something that's shouting at you, is this right? You consider making an STR. The first thing to do, I would advise, is to go to the Anti-Money Laundering Committee and ask them, this is the problem that we have, right? And we will, I'm here now, the committee will do what it can to assist in providing advice. Whether or not you decide to make an STR, if you say, I'm not going to make an STR, right? The guy's come, he's dumped a boatload of money on you, and you send him packing. And you say, I'm not going to make an STR. But what you've done is you've refused to act for him. If you have an existing client who suddenly comes up with something that doesn't smell right, you have that liberty to say, no, I'm not going to act for you anymore. And that is the path of wisdom. Because if you continue to act for such a client, the mention was made earlier that you could end up having disciplinary proceedings. You may end up getting struck off. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's worse that could happen. You could be complicit in a crime. And the consequences would be far worse than being struck off or being disbarred. You could end up in prison. And I remember in 2004, when I first spoke at an MBA conference and was saying, colleagues, have you read this legislation properly? This is dangerous. Everyone laughed at me. Ha 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 ha. See him, Lagos lawyer, he's talking rubbish. Well, you see where we are today. So you can cease acting, walk away. That way, nobody can say you've done anything. And the last piece of advice that I'd proffer, we can be put in very difficult situations with regard to our obligations to report money laundering, terrorist financing. In large firms, there will be compliance officers, so they will go through it, list everything. And there might be a specialist partner that you can go to who has experience and ask him, this situation that I'm confronted with, what should I do? But in smaller firms and for sole practitioners, and I know that the bulk of our profession is comprised of sole practitioners, even if they put ANCO after the name on their board. When you get there, there is no ANCO. So we deal with reality. Most of us are sole practitioners. So it's not so straightforward. Well, these are the things you can do. I said it. Talk to senior colleagues. Go to the MBA Anti-Money Laundering Committee for help and guidance. And the bottom line frequently happens. If something is too good, looks as if it's too good to be true, then the chances are that it is too good to be true. So I'll say it again what I said earlier, walk away. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for Mr. Babajide Ogundipe. He has advised us to walk away. And please walk away. However, the next person I'm going to call will tell you that before you walk away, collect your money. Please, is the co-chairman of the MBA Anti-Money Laundering Committee. He's a teacher, my teacher, our teacher, Professor Ernest Ujuku, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to take us through the implementation of the MBA AML guidelines. Professor.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency and my Lord, even if they're not here, the chairman or president of the bar and the chairman of the Port Harcourt branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, ladies and gentlemen, the senior advocates are here too. I acknowledge them, and my co-chair and others. My presentation is on implementing the guidelines. We have had the presentation of the guidelines by my co-chair, which clearly hits at the heart of the issues relating to the guidelines and simplifies it very, very perfectly for us to use that as our point of entry to do the work, which is to read the guidelines. Read the guidelines. That's the main work for lawyers, because there's no way we're going to present the guideline here and read it paragraph by paragraph. And co-chair Bebo Babajide has just done the work by highlighting the major areas that you require to use as a point of entry to read and understand the guidelines. There's a major challenge with our reading. All the people called to the bar before 2007 read the old rules of professional conduct. Only 10% have glanced through the 2007, glanced through the rules made by 2007. And now it's a 2022 or 23 rules. They have not read it. Each time I see people arguing on platforms, this, that, and I say, which rule are you quoting? Those called to the bar after 2008 have read the guideline, the rules, but read it only for the bar exams. And reading for exam is different from reading the rules for practice. So they are the same level with their old fathers and grandfathers who have not read the rules. And I meet, for example, somebody does something, and somebody says, there's no advertisement in the bar. There's no, why is that? And small little babies of bar are saying the same thing. There's no advertisement. I say, who taught you that? They have not read the rules. They have not read the rules. If you do not read the rules will read it to you. As our colleague from EFCC has told us, if you don't read the rules, it will come to you. If you don't go to it, it will come to you. And that's one reason why we don't want the rules to come to you. We want you to go to the rules. And that's why the president is making all this effort to get us to a level of understanding. So based on that, he doesn't want me to be saying this, but I will say it. When he came here and was applauding the co-chair and I over the rules and some other members who participated, he was actually the person who made the rules, even though he was not the person that wrote it. Because he said one of the worst troublemakers I've seen on earth, that will be waking you up by 3 a.m. and be harassing you to give him these rules by 5 a.m. And so, he didn't say at the time Babajide will be in the airplane by 3 a.m. What was he doing by that 3 a.m.? The president has done so much work to get us to this level. We must give him an applause. So the only little thing we can do is to now help ourselves with the rules. I agree completely that major part of money laundering through lawyers, as we shout all over the world. Little of it concerns lawyers in Nigeria, as of today. I agree. The reason is that we don't have that kind of money that flow through lawyers' firms in other countries in the world through our firms. There are very few firms that have such money flow through them. We don't. We don't see money. Even when we transact sale of buildings, properties, most clients don't pass the money into our account for us to buy the buildings. Am I not right? But in other places in the world, it is the firm that we use, that the money will be sent to, not to the person that owns the property. The money will be sent to the firm. It's the firm that will be passing on the money. And that's why everybody in the world is saying, lawyers, 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 money laundering. It does not apply to most of us, but we are growing, isn't it? And that is why we are in a better position than the rest of the world. So when we go to these F8 meetings, we should be telling them that we're not like them. We're not like them. I'm praying for that kind of money to pass through me. I have never seen it. I've never seen. The only money that comes to me is my own fee and small money for court appearance and running around. But that heavy sum, lawyers, other places manage big estates. If you see at Dubai, divide Dubai into 10. Just close your eyes if you have ever been to Dubai. Each part of that 10 has been managed by a lawyer. Each part of Dubai, because the companies that will come, 10 companies to do one form of contract in Abuja, we pass all their monies to a lawyer's firm. That is where the money laundering is all about. But we are growing small. And so the best time, we're in the best position to learn it now and apply the rules and get used to it using President's quotation of Sapara all the time. A lifestyle, create a lifestyle. Our focus is to create a lifestyle of compliance. Something you get used to, like saying good morning to somebody in the morning without thinking about it. That's where we want to be. And with that, the problem about whether we're in the gray list or black list or red list will not arise because we have created a lifestyle of compliance. And so my focus now just to talk a few things about the committee that has been set up by the bar, what we shall do, start doing, and what we are going to be doing in the future, so that you also be prepared for it. The committee's work is not an EFCC work. It's not an ICPC work. It's not a DSS work. But we are going to meet some of those type of challenges because we will also have small need to do some compliance. And with that, we will be like sniffing into you, so you will be worried. But in order not to get worried, just self-compliance. So our objective has been set out for the committee. The objective has been, for the guideline, the objective has been set out as major objective. Internally self-regulate members of, you can give me the slide if you are able to open it. Internally self-regulate members of the legal profession, and where applicable, recommend legal practitioners who are in breach to appropriate disciplinary authorities in accordance with relevant provisions of LPA. I must emphasize this because that is our main focus, is to internally regulate our profession. We have had the history, the stories surrounding the implementation of the Money Laundering Act and so on. I must tell you, strictly speaking, that what we are doing is a relationship we have created with the enforcement institutions so that we do not return back to the war front of court. So, because all of us are on the same path to enhance Nigeria's economic value and create an ethical environment for our own practice. The less ethical we are, the more we lose employment. That is simple as that. Now, our relationship for now understands that our focus will not be filing reports under the Money Laundering Act. Our focus shall not be filing reports under the Money Laundering Act. That's our understanding. our focus shall be to file reports and comply with all the requirements of the money laundering guidelines of the NBA. What we only have done with the guideline is to focus on the risk-based approach and drop some of these rule-based approaches where you will be required to file 1 million forms on financial report, currency report. There are many currency reports, many. Whether you receive the money or not, you'll be filing every month under the Act. We have avoided that and focused on the risk-based approach so that if we implement our guidelines clearly, strictly, openly, we will have no problem with the Money Laundering Act. If we don't, some of us will not have the courage to continue to protect the profession and allow anything to happen. So we don't want to go back to that. So if there are many, too many. Now, but this signpost does not mean that the Money Laundering Act does not apply to us. It does not mean that. The only distinction is that it does not apply to us as legal practitioners, as non-financial institutions, for the purpose of the reports that we're supposed to be filing. But the Money Laundering Act applies to us as individuals. If you want money laundering, you can't say because I'm a legal practitioner, it's money laundering. Money laundering is money laundering. I hope we'll get that clear. Even the small parts of currency reporting, for example, if you transact with more than 5 million naira cash for anything, including dashing to your boyfriend or girlfriend, you are supposed to report it. It doesn't matter whether you're a lawyer or not. That's an example. If you don't, it's money laundering. Cash. And I know, say, Rivers people, they do cash here too much. Even for bar here, self. Chairman, note that. Now, so the Money Laundering Act applies to you as a human being. If you commit a crime of money laundering, you go into it, or terrorism, financing, you go into it. No bar will protect you. But as professionals winding our bicycle day by day, we are not to file reports under the Act because we have set out our control money laundering guideline under the bar. The reports here has to be filed. All the conditions here has to be met for us to have that strong strength to continue to say that. So I just drop a few lines for us to. So our main job from the committee is to advise the MBA on the implementation and monitoring the compliance of firms and legal practitioners with our AML guidelines. That's our main focus, to monitor our compliance. For that, the bar is going to fortify the committee with a whole set of civil servants, staff, full-time staff, because there's a lot of work going to happen. The bar is going to create a special platform, a website and internet and database and softwares for the committee, almost separate from the bar's mainframe, because here there will be a lot of data, movement of data between us and the members, data between us and NFIU, SEMU, and so on and so forth. So there will be a movement. And all of them will be guided by that singular constitutional embedded rule of confidentiality. And so we need to have that special infrastructure. And that is going to come, hopefully, for us to be able to implement all the reporting we're going to be doing between ourselves and our members. In order to do this, you see the president inaugurated the committee and gave the committee 1 week to draft a protocol for us to implement. And he's smiling. He nearly killed us. But thank God for good health, the committee was able to bring out a protocol for implementing the guidelines that will guide us in the work of the committee. That protocol will soon be published and everybody will have a copy. But I'm going to give you some highlights of those protocols. That will be my main focus for today. And that protocol was approved by the Nigerian Bar Association NEC on 20th June 2024. So it is a subsidiary legislation for the purpose of the guideline made by the Bar Council. But before I get to that protocol, let me say a few other things. Okay, I won't bother with this. I think I should just go to 8. Can you give me 8 if you can? If I'll get to slide 8. The consequences of, because my co-chair had talked about filing and dealing with CCD, that's client due diligence requirement. It's so important to know your clients. I just want to re-emphasize this. It's so greatly important, not only for the purpose of this compliance, but for protecting yourselves and also enhancing your practice. Not every time you see a demand by the state or by an agency, by a group, that you think is negative. Many times it's positive, and I will tell you those positive aspects. That's where I come from. I come from positive aspects of implementing rules, because it helps you to become stronger. What are those CCD requirements, CDD requirements? A couple of them have been highlighted in guidelines. The protocol will also highlight some of them and guide you. One major part of it will be a form. We have designed one already, which also will be sharing once the website is up. We have designed a form. The form can be made by you anyway. And like the co-chair said, I have started practicing it, and I found it so useful. Where I use my new clients, I don't bother with the old ones, so that they won't have problem with me. New clients, because it's not easy to go and start asking them personal questions like the name of your your mother when she was alive. But I asked for your BVN, and people find it difficult to give BVN, isn't it? Well, I asked my client for his BVN. What I do is to give my client a form, the form I have developed to complete. So I'm not with him. You know, when you're with him, you'll be shy. If he says, do I need to fill this? You might say, don't worry now. So no meeting, we're not seeing each other. He has to fill the form. When he sends it by email back, I mark one or two paragraphs. I say, you have not completed this, I return it. So they find themselves completing it. What BVN does for you is, because I'm coming from Aba, you know, when OCJ then were training us, now Aba where they come from. Now, everything we do is based on gain. And then they do anything where another gain. This thing where they do here, you can see gain, they come. I can't be here without me gaining. Otherwise, nobody could call me here. So you must gain everything. It depends on what gain you have. Now, this thing is that I have a client from, I cannot talk here. I have a client who is a senior advocate, who I'm doing a case for to recover his fees. We are unable to serve him personally. We have been unable to serve him personally because we have no idea where he lives. A lot of money. We have been unable to serve him personally. So we are serving him through his lawyer. That's one. We are likely to win. And I've been asking my colleague, who will go see him to execute on this thing? Who will go see him? Because we're not likely to find him. It will be wahala to find him. And it's a big money. And I can bet you, as we are seated here, 90% of you don't know the addresses of your clients. I can bet that, because I have that experience. You don't know your address. You don't know where they're coming. You don't know their village. You don't know their house. You only have their phone number. That's all. In many cases, you don't even have their emails. The only phone number you have. Or those ones, you visit their houses. Because you can't do anything. That rule where I say that you shouldn't go to a client's house. Now for Gabon people. Now for Gabon people. We go remove them soon. Now for Gabon people. If you like, stay in your house and get washioko. Only those ones you know. But there are many claims you have no idea where they are from, especially claims referred to you by other people. You don't have an idea. This client, this one we are chasing, we can't execute on him and get the money now. We can't find him. It's as bad as that. But if you're able to make your client write in BVN, what did not happen? Do you need to know where he's from? If it's that, make it come from a high C. You chase his account. So you see the gain where they talk of. Why thinking it's onerous to complete form, to do form with clients, you already know how to recover money from your client. And many clients don't pay. Is it not true? It's another practice to know how to recover money from clients. It's another one. It's different from filing pleadings and arguing. It's recovery from clients. Many sons here, they do mouths. And they know they recover up to 60% of their money, especially for election petition. They pay that first one, na lie. Win or lose, you go to call the client go do as if they say you have never seen you in your life. Next election, you go come back. Okay, so that form helps you. And when a client completes a formal form like that, the client takes you more serious as a professional. When you have a formality with your client, exchange of formal documents, emails, reports, forms, the client regards you very high in your profession. And majority of you don't formalize your relationship with clients. Majority of us don't formalize our relationship with our clients, and our clients treat us shabbily. Learn, formalize the relationship. One of the greatest ones that have created. Use it demanded by the clients, and you see the difference in your relationship with your client. So that's, and if you fail to know your client, consequence may be high. I require, as coach here said, terminate the business, because it's one of the areas. If you're unable to know you guys, terminate the business. Why are we about reporting? Reporting is not on its own money laundering, but it becomes money laundering if you don't report. Because it can be a money laundering charge. But on its own, it's not money laundering, but it becomes a money laundering charge if you don't. So what happens? The rules are made to give you a presumption that if you have done these preventive measures, you are not likely to have been involved in the money laundering accusation. That's a presumption. That's what this compliance does for you. It gives you a presumption. If you do not comply with your preventive measures, which is all the guidelines talking about, the presumption is that you are involved on that money laundering. That's the presumption. So once you comply, once you file a report, you are almost as clean as 100%. I say almost because I can still keep 1% where you file a form, but you know you are still doing the wrong thing. But generally, if you're a human being, not the devil, you complying with preventive measures will take you out completely from a charge of money laundering with that your client. That is what the law says. So this is why we need to comply. Part of what we are going to be doing too is to consider the market control measures by a colleague. We are going to approach the Body of Benchers and the Council of Legal Education to include verifications in these areas of terrorism and money laundering in the entry to the law school and entry to the bar. Because we already know they have the process of market control. We're going to support them to enhance it. But the third arm, there's a third arm of market control, which we have also included in the protocols. That third arm relates to our colleagues. Your colleague, your fellow colleague in your office, and your staff. Most law firms don't have proper data of their lawyers in their firms. Most law firms don't have proper data of their staff in their firms because most people are one man, two men staff and lawyers. They think because you are only staff is two non-lawyers, you shouldn't bother knowing where they are from. That is part of what you should be looking at. Creating a due diligence for yourselves and your staff. Even when you are two partners, each person should make the other party have some data which you keep in your office somewhere as a file on you, a file on the other partner, having some information, which when we ask for it, you'll be able to produce it. Your staff is very, very key. That you should have a proper CDD on your staff. Must. Because we also know what some staff have done to us in law firms recently. And you'll be wondering that you have employed this person for the past 10 years, and suddenly this kind of crime is manifesting in your office. So you need a CDD for your staff and yourself and your colleagues. When we graduated, when we were called to the bar and we come to be employed by law firms, they never ever asked us our qualification or certificate. They just tell them, I went to Ife. I was called to the bar in November, August. And the person says, see office, or I start. And lawyers are still doing like that. Now, they're still telling colleagues, oh yeah, take them around, show them the other lawyers. I say, okay, when I start on Monday. No record. No record. No photograph. No. If the person, and many young lawyers have eloped with clients' money, including my own, where I will get, because I don't like owing, if it's a land registry, I call a young lawyer, can you facilitate %? Because I don't want, the next day you hear, and I'm told by the president that it's in the process of being gazetted. So you have copies of it. We don't want to release one that's not gazetted now, but I'm sure it's going to be released as soon as possible. So I'll give you some highlights of that protocol. The objective is what I've just stated here. Why do you have this protocol? Which stated the objective: facilitate speedy, thorough, effective compliance examination of legal practitioners and law firms by the committee. Ensure fairness and justice in the examination of compliance. Make appropriate recommendation to the NBA. Ensure proper coordination, security, and management of transmission of information received from legal practitioners to relevant institutions like NFIU, EFCC, and so on and so forth, SUML. I don't like calling them SCUMO, because Nigeria, we like to call everything we see. Even if it doesn't have a vowel, we'll call it something. Policies and procedure for identifying legal practitioners will be, the committee may require a legal practitioner or firm to submit the following documents. So when we ask you, do not say, we shouldn't ask you, because the protocols should ask you. So we can decide, but ask you to submit the following documents as a precursor or not for the visit. Internal AML CFT policies of your firm, because you need to have one. We'll guide you to create one. We'll guide firms to create one, but you need to have it and say, this is my firm's policy on AML CFT. Evidence of adequate screening or conduct of client due diligence, just as we are talking about. We will ask for such things. Evidence of employee AML CFT training, we will ask for that. You don't need to send them to Dubai. Just run a workshop for 2 staff in your office. If you like, combine with another staff. We'll be helping in all this, because it will be constant. It's not something you just train and say, okay, start implementing, go home. Training will be continuous, because it's a major challenge. Everywhere in the world, this process, this type of guideline is not easy to understand. Satisfactory evidence of identification of client, we'll ask for such things. The committee may ask you for risk management and mitigation practices, policies and procedures, including the CDD we're talking about, or the enhanced one, EDD, in line with our own guidelines. All risk assessment documentations, because remember the co-chair have been emphasizing on filing ACRs, risk, documentation of specific risks categorized into geographical, client-based. These are all in the guidelines. It has paragraphs where you can understand what is the risk categorized into geographical, client-based, and service-based risks. They're all there. The training we're going to continue to do will now come down to those small areas, not the general highlights as we're doing, as we progress. Documentation of all suspicious transactions and delivery to the committee. We'll be asking for such things when we come to we'll write to you later. Of course, I've mentioned that we'll be asking you for those documentation relating to your staff. That will be the low-hanging fruit, that you have file on every staff in your office, every lawyer, whether you're a partner or not. That will be a very low-hanging fruit. That one should not be difficult to have a file on each person. The committee may conduct on-site visits to inspect and conduct verification at a law office or of relevant files, policies, manuals, data, or other documents required to be maintained by the legal practitioner. We may inspect clients' files, and under the guidelines, under these protocols approved by the bar, the members of the committee will be swearing to confidentiality and conflict of interest rules. It's in the protocols. For each activity, for each firm we're going to, for any contact we're making with a lawyer, all members of the committee will undertake to confidentiality and avoid conflict of interest in each one. So it's a very serious task. It's not a one-day task. Where the committee determines after a review that a legal practitioner, because when we check and you have defaulted, the committee will write you and tell you the areas you are in default and ask you to remedy them and or answer them. And where the committee determines after a review that a legal practitioner or firm is in default, it may refer the legal practitioner to the LPDC for appropriate sanctions. Pending the LPDC action, it may notify the bar that the defaulting legal practitioner is not in good standing with AML CFT, because we'll be asking the bar, the headquarters, and the branches not to issue certificates of good standing for any lawyer without passing through a clearing of AML CFT from the committee. Are we getting that? Because there are a lot of requests by members for one good standing or the other. So we'll be making that, as part of the protocol. We still have to make that due diligence with the committee to know if the person has complied with money laundering guidelines. If you have not, you are not in good standing. The committee may also take the following actions. When we find certain deficiencies, issue a guidance. So it's like I said, the committee is not going just to go drag you into the LPDC. We issue guidance. This is where a legal practitioner is complying but cases where the firm needs to make minor changes or the need to share best practices, we issue guidance. We will issue letters of engagement to law firms and legal practitioners. This is for partially compliant legal practitioners and firms where there are some elements of a legal practitioner firm's controls that need improving, but there is some good practice and a lawyer is generally doing well at preventing money laundering. The committee will engage with the legal practitioners or firms to help them refine their processes and bring them into full compliance. We may also implement a compliance plan where this is for partially compliant legal practitioners firms where there are more widespread concerns. We'll reach an understanding if that firm cooperates to help the person begin to get into full compliance. We may refer for investigation. This is for non-compliant firms. Despite this situation, despite it, where necessary, the committee will also set up a compliance plan to assist the firm in meeting its obligation, especially at the beginning, where we are all learning. So we will not just run into discipline or a criminal charge. The committee shall design and implement a communication framework for coordination with SUML and FIU, the sanctions committees, and other agencies and institutions. The communication framework may stipulate minimum circumstances, so factors that may automatically coordinate STRs and SARs from legal practitioners to SUML. We will create a threshold where we will not want to rush in everything, but that threshold has to be very minimal, where we will at least get you to comply before we rush in such things. But the committee shall determine the modalities for forwarding reports of compliance examination of legal practitioners or firms to SUML. In the case of STRs and SARs relating to name matching of persons on the Nigerian sanctions list or the UN consolidated list or reports of suspected terrorism financing, the committee shall transmit such reports to the sanctions committee and NFIU as the case may be within 24 hours. Within 24 hours. We are not going to wait for any protocols or threshold. Those ones will go immediately within 24 hours. But it's very, very important. Otherwise, there may be some death. Some people might die somewhere if we don't do that. There are quite a lot of other areas which we shouldn't bother you, but created some highlights for you to begin to appreciate the enormity of the work ahead of each of us, committee and members, and also the importance of preventing yourself from falling into a problem, not only of not complying with filing of report, which is on its own may become a crime, but also in falling into the main problem of money laundering or terrorism financing without you knowing that you have got into that crime. So the only way out then is to do the last thing. Read, as if we're going to do your funeral tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for our teacher. Now, please, a good round of applause for all of you too, because you have been a very diligent, attentive audience. And I'm sure that the ICPC, EFCC, NFIU, even the DSS have seen the deliberateness of our members and the readiness of our members to understand these things and to even abide, so that the conversation that we will be having going forward now, we will understand that at least from our own parts, we are ready to do the needful. And we are expecting that level of cooperation too from the official quarters. So the session now will go into a panel session, and we are able to now entertain comments, even questions from everybody here. We also have a great number of our members who have joined online. At the last count, I think I understand we have about almost 400 or 500 members of the MBA who have joined this session online, and so they also have some questions. So I will ask if anybody has any questions, comments, Now we have our leaders here who may want to chip in a word or two. So they have the first right of offer and refusal, as it were, before we go ahead to other members. So, Mr. President, do you want to ask the 19th President, sir? If he has anything, sir. Any comments, sir? Any? Thank you, sir. Please, the microphone. Thank you, sir.
Let me first start by commending the President and all who have organized this workshop and say special thanks to the resource persons. I have learned quite a lot, I have to tell you. Ojukwu made that point that the last rules of professional conduct we read were those ones made when we went to law school. Since then, in fact, it is just here, the President has sent me this new copy by WhatsApp. So it is very commendable. Now, while commending you all, I noticed that no documentation. You were showing your presentations on slides and so on and so forth. Many of us did not attend. I hear many are online and watching by Zoom or whatever. It's important that these presentations be documented and circulated as widely as possible. A lot of lawyers, myself inclusive, are not too well familiar with what you have said here, and that is the truth. We carry on with the old mode of making sure that we do things in accordance with the rules of professional conduct. Some are not even aware of these new rules, which has incorporated these provisions that require us to comply with these reporting and compliance issues. I thank you, and I hope that this will go on. You said there are 2 more sessions also coming up soon. The grand finale will be in Lagos. Before the conference, I hope. Before the conference. So let us hope that you continue with this same tempo and ensure that the good news, bad for some of us who don't like to report our clients. They won't confess to you anything, but you know behind their minds, they are hiding something from you. But it is good that we've held this workshop in Port Harcourt, and I thank you all who have come to participate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So please, if you have any questions, you can. There is somebody just behind the NBA president. I have to recognize her first.
Okay, the person is Dr. Hilda Desmond Hekaire, Chairman NBA Ahoda Branch. Mine is a comment. First of all, let me thank Professor Enes Ojukwu and to share an experience. In fact, I tried mentioning it to our president and he said I should share it. About 5 years ago at Ahoda, Rivers State, we had a lawyer who was practicing with us. He calls his name Festus Abe. So from there, one of our colleagues, OGK, used to come to Ahoda a lot. And one day he gave the Festus Abe his car and some files to go and represent him in court. In fact, I've also had a lot of dealings with him, because he gets his books from me. He goes to the prison, collects. He's a very likable person, too smooth to be true. In fact, if you want him to do anything for you, he will do it for you. One day like that, OGK came and reported to us that the man has gone away with his car and files. Till today, in fact, I just asked him while we are in this session, and he said he is yet to be found. So that tells us that we didn't come here for semantics or another talk. So it's rife, like the president said, that I should share it so that we also take caution. I do even more than that. I bring in people, I take them home, I give them files, I entrust them with clients' money. So, and I believe he would have continued doing that. That's why I'm mentioning his name. So if you see anybody that calls himself Festus Abe, he says he's from Edo State, that his father is a judge. So we should all beware and take note for that. Thank you and God bless you.
Please. Thank you so much for that public notice. It's very important. It's very important. I like Port Harcourt. You know, thank you so much. Please, do we have another person? Just raise your hands. No.
Yes.
Sorry, sir. If you stay on this line, we'll come here later. Okay. Yes, thank you. Let's exhaust that place. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Tochukwu Oji. I have a little comment. I know that recently the NBA set up a committee to look into the new enumeration order. Now, setting up also this committee to look into the ML CFT, it's a good initiative. And the way the NBA has been moving around from zone to zone to sensitize lawyers is a nice one. However, I will also appeal that the NBA puts in the same effort which is being put in the sensitization of lawyers and the implementation of AML CFT to that enumeration order, because that is very, very, very important also to us lawyers. If our remuneration is properly taken care of, the temptation to default in this will reduce drastically. So I would also want the NBA to take that into cognizance. Thank you very much.
Please, we should restrict our engagement to questions because of time, as much as we can. We appreciate the comments and the feedback. That is why the NBA president is here. Yes, we have come here for AML, but it's also like a homecoming and a town hall meeting to hear from you, our members. But at the same time, because of time and because of our distinguished members of the panel here, let's restrict to questions so that at least we can get the full benefits of this engagement. Thank you. So please go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Habib. Thank you. I take it you are also directing me not to stray. My name is Obum Moye. I'm the Secretary, MBA Protocol Branch. Let me thank all the panelists, and let me thank my teacher. He has a way of getting this message home. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I listened to you keenly on the documentations we have to do as lawyers. I was talking to the branch chairman and we are like, we need to go back to school for this particular purpose. But I'm glad that towards the end you said this message will be taken to the grassroots. So mine is thinking about the strategy to do that. And I want to ask, is there an initiative like training the trainers? So that if you live here, this is a branch made up of over 7,000, as you had during the introductory remarks by my chairman, and half of, not up to 1/3 is here. So we have a lot of work to do, even as branch officers. Can you have a way of training people that we go home to start training other people in this grassroots you are talking about? I don't think we may have this. Mr. President is looking at me and smiling. I think he will take it home also. I don't think we may have the resources for this wider, broad participation that we're having now. So if you can take that into consideration, that would be good for the system. And lastly, my leader has said, all of us are here, but those documents, those papers, we need them, sir. We submitted our emails while registering, but if it cannot be done, if we get it as branch officers, we'll be able to circulate them. Thank you so much, sir.
Please, do we have any other person? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Please, you will tell us your name and your branch and all that.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Emmanuel John, the Vice Chairman of Port Harcourt Branch. Again, my question goes to Professor Ojukwu. You have told us about documentation and knowing your client. And in doing so, you mentioned BVN. Now, assuming you have a client and it's one that you cannot ignore, and you ask him to fill his BVN number and he says he cannot do so, what remedy do you have? Knowing fully well that it's such a client that keeps food on your table, what will be your remedy, sir?
No, please hold on. No, thank you so much. Do we have any other person here? Okay, the last person there, please just, then the members of the panel will take the questions and the comments, and then we'll come back to this place, then we'll come back, we'll come here and before we go online. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I appreciate the panelists and everyone we've heard so far. My name is Chika Siukonkwo, and I'm a private practitioner, so to say. So I'll direct this question to the EFCC or the panelists who are from EFCC. Now, there's an issue with the SCOMO application where applicants, especially if they are in the real estate industry or they are jewelers, for instance, have to belong to an association. Now, keeping in mind that we have the rights to freedom of association, of course, there are some certain associations that you are not necessarily bound to belong to. Is there an exception, or has this been compared to guide that whole process? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Then we come to this place. I've been directed that we should just take all the questions. I can see you, Anwiri, please go ahead. But before you, okay, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank the panelists for the very good job they have done. My name is Hagla Okorie. I practice in Aba. Actually, as a teacher, I was just talking to Mr. President, and I also talked to Professor Nesujuke saying, I practice in Aba, and of course, when I talk to some colleagues, whether in Aba or in Umuahia or in Ohafia, the problem we have is that many of them have not read the rules, the old rules and the new rules, just like Professor Nexujugu has said. And for me, it's a shame as a lawyer. So I want to suggest, like I suggested to them, we need to get this thing down. But I thank Professor Nexujugu saying what he has said. It's important, and I was wondering, to greatest respect to Mr. President, that the MBA chairman, secretary, and ESCO members in Southeast Zone are not here. I was thinking, because this is a very wonderful seminar, they need to be here. So not being here, Mr. President, sir, I suggest that we need to, through the office of Professor Nesujuku and his team, to get this thing to branches. I think the secretary of Port Harcourt branch said, whether he said something. I think I buy to it that there should be a way to train the local branches. I think it's going to be a volume of work for Professor Nesujuku SAN team to get into branches. There's need to train the trainers at the local branches, so that maybe, I think, sir, maybe the committee at the local branch, the MBA the committee at the local branch, may be trained to also replicate the training at the local branches, sir. Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Anwiri, please, just go ahead, please, sir.
Good afternoon. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Rita Aunri Chinda. So I have a multi-layered question, and it goes as follows. Where do we draw the line when it comes to suspicious transaction reporting? Do we have guidelines when it comes to whistleblowing, Anti-Money Laundering Act? Is it really right for the bar or legal practitioners to be under the supervision of agencies such as EFCC, ICPC? How should legal practitioners deal with witch hunting? What are the impacts of tech in fighting AML? I know, I think it was Professor Juku who mentioned the data protection compliance issues. And also, how do we also deal with breach of confidentiality, especially with regard to the obligations of lawyers to their clients, And then the available dispute resolution mechanism. These are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your double-barreled questions. Do we have any other person on this line, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ezemoya Ezekiel Amadi. I have two questions. Now, the first one is that as lawyers, we have an obligation of confidentiality with our clients. And now we are required to make reports against those clients. What happens to the obligation of confidentiality? Are we going to be allowed to breach that, okay, and then to meet up the standard required of us under the AML? And then the second one is this classification of politically exposed persons. When does it end? I mean, does one walk into a lifetime of profiling just because you occupied public office sometime, maybe for 1 year or for 6 months or for 2 years, and then the remaining part of your life, anywhere you go to, you carry this tag of a politically exposed person? Is there a number of years, is there a period after which you can become a normal person again?
Yeah. Sir, you're a normal person, sir. Don't worry. All right. Do we have the last person on this line? Okay. The last person, just the gentleman behind.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ferdinand C.S. Onyema. I'm the Secretary, MBA Omoko Branch. Permit me to stand on the already established protocol. My question is, with respect to complying with this new regime of having to report or blow the whistle against our clients. Now, we deal with clients most times, the monies that they spend or the money that they send out, and also the money that they receive from other sources. If you're managing a client's estate, for instance, your client receives money and he also spends. So where does the rule draw the scope of our whistleblowing? Are we also to be responsible for monies that come into the client's account as to find out if the person, the sender, is laundering money, or we're only limited to the money our clients spend out? So that if we also know that, if we are also asking whether we are also to have the BVN number of the person who is sending money to our clients, like somebody wants to buy our client's property, are we also to find out the person's source of getting the money? Let's know if the money is being laundered or something. So where is the scope? Where do we draw the scope? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Where do we draw the line? We will draw the line. Do we have anybody here? Okay, please. My colleague just, yes. That will be the last question, actually.
My name is K.U. Ibaki from Ahoda branch. Mr. Chairman, permit me to stand on existing protocol. I observe that to the man from EFCC, bulk of his lecture or his comments are highly, or he exempted lawyers from when they are representing their clients in criminal matters. And what it simply means is that this one applies only on civil matters. And so my question is, if I have a client that I need to recover money from or do a representation that has to do with civil, do I still need to comply by this anti-money laundering act? Because, for instance, in DSS, whether civil or criminal, the trouble you get for yourself is the moment you introduce yourself as a lawyer, you want to see somebody there, they will send you like, in fact, the way they will pursue you like an orphan. DSS will never want to hear you a lawyer. They will say, go to court. When we are done, we'll meet you in court. And so, I also have that similar experience in EFCC, particularly with this task force, this office, this cash financial cash racketeering office. The first 2 weeks that office started operation here, I had a very horrible experience from EFCC. And so we tried to explain that, this thing has nothing to do with this anti-financial or money laundering issue we are talking about. It got a point that the defendants, that's my client, have to lost his job while in EFCC. And so I was talking with my colleague here. We are having a meeting on how to ensure that meat don't, protect meat in the kitchen. But cat and rat that are involved in the stealing of the meat are not here. How do we go about it?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your question. Thank you so much. The rats and everything, we are going to get them here. Not to worry. I also have some questions online. This is directed to the EFCC. They say it goes thus. What is EFCC's take on banks freezing accounts of lawyers who are not registered on SCOMOL, even after the commitment given by the SCOMOL director at the first series of this same anti-money laundering workshop that was held at the NBA headquarters in Abuja? That's the first question. That's to the EFCC. Now, another gentleman, one Johnson Omede, directed his question to the Director of Legal, DSS. He said, "Sir, thanks for your wonderful presentation, but please kindly clarify the requirements that Nigeria failed to comply with, which resulted in enlisting Nigeria in the FATF gray listing, and what are the steps being taken to remove us from the list?" Those are the two questions that we have had so far online, and so I will yield to Professor Ernest Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who will coordinate the answering of the questions that have come from the bar, and subsequently any panelist who has any contribution to any question can take the liberty to answer the questions within a very short period of time, because we have till 2:10 p.m. as the NBA President directed for us to leave this place. Thank you. DSS. Okay.
Okay, yes, let me well, the first time I was here, it was in the morning. I said good morning. So, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Even though the questions were not specifically asked of my agency, but some of them dovetailed into our functions. The first question is on how to reach to the greater number of lawyers at the grassroots. The secretary of the Port Harcourt branch and Hadler raised that. while we will not speak for the MBA, the unit has availed its services and expertise to both the MBA and the committee, and we said we are available anytime, anywhere to assist in ensuring that lawyers' capacity is enhanced on this subject matter. On the issue of BVN, whatever challenges we have in getting BVN included in the requirements for the forms, the benefit far outweighs that. So whatever challenges you might go through in getting your clients to submit or supply their BVN, you should be looking towards the benefit. And the benefit, it should be enough comfort for you to go for the BVN. For us at the FIU, if the BVN is available, it gives us a lot of other access to knowing the client. And as we said in the morning, it is a succor, it's a protection for you to know your client. There are a lot of heartache that will be averted if you know who your clients are. On the challenges of lawyers not reading the rules, I am also one of those disturbed by that. It's not just the RPC. I can tell you for sure that I don't know the number of us here who have read the MLPPA 2022 and the TPPA 2022. The number will be negligible, but these are instruments that affect our services to our clients. For instance, Section 84 of the TPPA imposes an obligation on legal practitioners, not law firms, on legal practitioners with respect to persons already designated on the Nigerian sanctions list and the UN sanctions list. There are obligations there imposed that has a jail term, but I don't know if lawyers are aware of that provision. Professor Ojukwu raised it in his submission and said you need to declare 5 STRs within 24 hours, and then in the STR you also report actions you've taken. But most importantly, you are not even supposed to engage in any transaction with a person so designated. So we need, as lawyers, to increase our reading habits. We need to get the RPC 2023, the MLPPA, the TPPA, and even the NFIU Act, because you need to understand what the FIU does. It's not just labeling all the agencies as law enforcement agencies. You need to know in specifics the activities and what each of them does. How do we draw the line between breach of confidentiality, STR reporting, and whistleblowing? Well, STR reporting is totally different from whistleblowing. You are not blowing any whistle when you report STR. What you do when you report STR is that you've looked at the transaction and you feel there is need for closer scrutiny. You are not saying anything has been done, and that is why it is suspicious transaction report. It is merely suspicion. It has not gone beyond the realm of suspicion. It is when it gets to NFIU that we take a second look at it. We analyze it and know whether it calls for investigation. Ordinarily, if there is no justification for investigation, it doesn't go beyond that report. But if there is no report, we won't even have the ability to dig deep and know whether it calls for investigation. So it is totally different from whistleblowing. And on the issue of client confidentiality or breach of confidentiality, we know that even the Evidence Act has some exceptions to the attorney-client confidentiality, especially when it concerns committing a crime or about to commit a crime. So there is no conflict. It's the breach of confidentiality code or the client attorney confidentiality code and the reporting STR is not at variance and they are not inconsistent. What happens with the report of STRs, as I said, it's analyzed when it gets to NFIU and we take it up from there. On the PEP classification, whether it's lasts a lifetime, first I think we need to also clear the insinuation that it's a stigma to be labeled a PEP. It is not. I am standing here speaking to you as a PEP. So it's not a stigma. What it means is a notice that transactions involving this person, his close associates and family members, you need to be very careful when you're handling it. And what are the reasons? Tope had said so. In our national risk assessment, it was done by us. We assessed the risk Nigeria is exposed to, and we said that corruption ranks very high. And amongst the corruption, public corruption ranks highest. Meaning, if there are issues of corruption in Nigeria, it is most likely that when you get 10 issues of corruption, 9 or 8 of them involves politically exposed persons or their associates. So you need to be very, very vigilant when you're dealing with transactions. And it does not stop you from transacting. It's just that it increases the attention. And it is not a stigma. No, it does not. It's not a stigma. It's not a crime. You have not failed a crime. And it lasts as long as you have that influence. As long as you have influence to government decisions, access to public funds, that tag, PEP, continues. If you have been a governor for 8 years and you're out of power for another 8 years, but you're also in a position to always dictate what happens to public funds. The fact that you've been out of power for 8 years does not remove the PEP classification. And it is a list that is continually being renewed. The NBA will have their own criteria for drawing up their PEP list. So it is not one size fits all, but it involves, in accordance with what the MLPPA said, PEPs involves the PEP himself, his families, and close business associates. Requirements that we failed to get into the gray list. What requirement did we fail to? Now, the FATF is a non-governmental organization, but it's a global standard setter for AMS, CFT, CPF worldwide. It has 40 recommendations and 11 IOs. Now, when FATF does its MUSWA evaluation, which is a peer review process, it is broken down into two: technical compliance and effectiveness. Now, the 40 recommendations are laws. And when Mr. President was speaking this morning, he said, this AMS, CFT, CPF lawyer should be on the driving seat. And that's just the truth, because the 40 recommendations that are evaluated under technical compliance are laws. They are just laws. And I don't think there's anybody who is better placed to interpret laws other than lawyers. So when they list out your laws, they evaluate your laws. After evaluating your laws, using the 40 recommendations as the denominator, they now look at the effectiveness, the impact of those laws. Yes, you have the status, you have the legislation, but what are the impact to the society? And that is what they call the immediate outcomes. They have the 11 immediate outcomes, and that is the effectiveness of the laws. Now, they have the big 6. It is your performance in both the technical compliance and the effectiveness that determines whether you go into the gray list. And your chances of getting into the gray list is also heightened if you have a high GDP. So for a country like Nigeria, even without anything, our GDP alone is enough to put us on a gray list. And when you get into the gray list, there are recommended actions. Initially, Nigeria had 84 recommended actions. And we had the post-observation period for us to address those actions. And we addressed them. At the end of the 1 year post-observation period, we had 15 outstanding. It is that 15 outstanding that Nigeria and FATF sat together, looked at, and came up with the action plan. It is this action plan that led to Nigeria being placed under the ICRG process to enhance follow-up, to ensure that we adequately address this 15 action plan. And we are doing that. It's this, what we are doing here today is part of the action plan, because part of the deficiency is that lawyers in Nigeria are not reporting STRs. They are not reporting from lawyers. It's zero report from lawyers. So if we now start reporting, that action is addressed. And if it's largely addressed, they will tick it off. And it will not be a hindrance to Nigeria's progression anymore. So also it also includes the issue of market entry that you've had. And also there are statistics. There are statistics that deals with investigation, prosecution. So if Nigeria is rated high for terrorism financing, and we are not investigating terrorism cases, and we are not prosecuting terrorists, the world will be wary of dealing with us, because it means we are not taking measures to address this, and then we are exposing the rest of the world to danger. So these are the criteria for the evaluation, and it is your performance that lands you either under the gray list or not. Now we are on the gray list. You have 2 years to deal with this and come out of the gray list. Nigeria had up to May 2025 to execute these action plans and come out of the gray list. If we are unable to do that, and the world perceives that we are not doing enough to get out of the gray list, we may have to go deeper than the gray list, and that means getting into the blacklist, which nobody wishes to for Nigeria. Because if you look at the countries that are on the blacklist, Myanmar, Iran, and North Korea, you now know that if we ever get that, it is going to be very terrible for us. And what are the consequences of even getting into the gray list? It has, apart from reputational damage, it increases cost of borrowing, and also affect foreign direct investments. So some of the economic issues we are going through now are a direct result of our being on the gray list. Of course, you know that you will not want to deal with somebody who the world has said, be careful. That is enough for you to stay back. So, and that's why we call upon everybody, lawyers, stakeholders in the industry, AML, CFT industry, governments and government agencies, to all collaborate and ensure that Nigeria escapes the gray list. I don't know if there is any other question that is for. Finally, Babajide Ogundipe, when he was making his submission, he said if you have any issues, if you are not too sure on whether to report or not, you can approach senior members of the bar, or you approach the anti-money laundering committee. And I also stand here to assure you that if you have such concerns, you can also approach the FIU. We are willing to put you through. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, the Director of Legal of DSS has a question particularly addressed to him. So since he's there, we'll just answer from here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think from my jottings, there are 2 questions related to the DSS, one of which is a comment by our colleague that the DSS does not entertain lawyers. I don't know the DSS is talking about, whether it's the same one that I work for. But the one that I'm working for, I wish to comment that we entertain lawyers. And lawyers daily write to us, we receive mails, and we treat them. I just want to point out that unlike uniformed law enforcement agencies, DSS officers do not wear uniform. And as a lawyer, you are smartly dressed. Once you enter the DSS office, younger officers can mistake you for one of their superior officers. And because of that, and the fact that DSS deal with classified information concerning the internal security of Nigeria, the whole of DSS office is classified as a restricted area. So most of the time, I advise our colleagues, if they have any issue with the DSS, they can write a formal letter. And indeed, we have been receiving a lot of letters, and we grant them audience. We discuss. Secondly, in the DSS, most of these operatives that you see around cannot take any directive or answer to your request. Most of them are guards and receptionists. Their own is, if they are guards, they are made to provide security for that particular beat. If you tell them you want to see somebody, that is beyond them. At most, what you should do is tell the receptionist that this is the person you want to see. And as a lawyer, your best place of call should be the legal officer of a command. Or if you are coming to Abuja, the Director of Legal Services. The people there can understand you better, can listen to you than when you are talking to a guard or just a receptionist. Just by way of information, in as much as we belong to the profession, we try to assist our colleagues as much as possible. Sometimes our colleagues will ask for things that we cannot do. We have had some lawyers coming to us to ask us to take over the investigation of a case of their client. A case that is being investigated by another law enforcement agency. And we will ask them why. They said no, they have lost confidence in that law enforcement agency and they want the DSS to take over. I told them, no, we have a mandate. The other agency has its own mandate, and mandate cannot be conferred by agreement between the DSS and the complainant. And sometimes that may not go down well with them. And in communications that we receive all sorts of requests to enforce things, including tenancy agreements. And you will be surprised that the letter is written by one of us that is supposed to know the mandate of these agencies, and he will garnish it with the threat of life, threat to life, threat of this, so that DSS can move in. But by the time we analyze the letter and interact with him, we know it's outside our mandate, and we will courteously decline. That is outside our mandate. On the second issue of why did Nigeria fall into the gray list, I think I will thank the GC NFIU. He has highlighted some of the issues of why Nigeria fall into the gray list. And most importantly, the size of the Nigeria's economy. What the Financial Action Task Force looks at is which country is the weak link in the chain of enforcing international monetary system. Because if a particular country is the weak link, is a threat to the global financial system. And Nigeria, by the size of its economy, is a force to reckon with. And if Nigeria did not put in enough measures to combat money laundering and terrorism financing, it will negatively affect the global economy. So Nigeria is expected to do a lot so that it doesn't become the weak link in the international financial system. As an instance, we may have read in the papers or other sections of the media that Latin American countries were trying to use West Africa and particularly Nigeria as the hub for drug Korea into Europe. That is a link if efforts are not made to make sure that it is stopped. And we are also aware that ISIS in the Middle East is trying to find a foothold in the Sahelan region. The Sahelan region has access to Nigeria. And if Nigeria does not do enough, they may come to Nigeria with its rich mineral resources, very little governance over our solid minerals. They will find a foothold, use of solid minerals which they can illegally mine to find terrorism. So these are some of the challenges. But for some time, Nigeria, alongside other third world countries, for a number of years, we tried to tell them that the typologies of money laundering and terrorism financing in third world countries, particularly Nigeria, is different from the one obtainable in Europe. And the yardstick they said is the one that is applicable to a formal economy. Ours is basically a cash-based economy, and we have our own challenges. So we try as much as possible to comply with most of these requirements, and going back home, the DSS, NFIU, and the Office of the Attorney General have been having a series of technical meetings to make sure that all those identified gaps are closed. And as the GC has said, we have been able to reduce it from 85 to now 15. And the effort is ongoing, and hopefully we'll be able to overcome it. Thank you very much.
Please a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. I think the next question is SCUML. Why is it that lawyers are still being asked to bring SCUML certificates? Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. On the issue of SCUML registration, I think you're particular about real estate. I know the requirements, when you go to the website, the requirements to get certificates for real estate, there's a list of documents there. And then there's an additional document that states the reading certificate. It's there, but it's not, when you say additional, it's not compulsory. It doesn't determine if you would get it or not. It's just the first set of documents that's really necessary. So it's not imposed on anyone. We're not forcing anyone to be in an association that they don't have to be by law or anything. Then there's a question with regards to freezing of accounts, despite an agreement by the SCUML director in the last engagement. I was at that last engagement. I recall my director saying that the discussions were at the top, but he's not aware of that. I don't remember him making that commitment. So I cannot speak to that. I think they have to get back to the banks to find out why their accounts are being frozen, because it's a requirement by the bank. It's not a function of SCUML telling the bank to do what. If the bank needs that, then that's what the bank needs. I don't see how we can control the narrative from the bank. Then there's a question about PEPs, because I said the issue of PEP is not something that you can define. So for me, when I talk about PEPs, I think about it like, let's say, the theory of the reasonable man. What would you, the reasonable man, think when these situations are placed in front of you? You're a lawyer. Someone comes, walks into your office, starts a transaction. What does he do? Business. Then you're constantly seeing payments from CBN or maybe the whatever, consolidated accounts or just government funds coming in. What would the reasonable man do? Those are the questions we are saying. So perhaps, in as much as the definition says people with public office, a few people sitting down here can be PEPs because of the access they have to certain people that are in public offices. It doesn't make you a bad person. It just makes you think further than, oh, this is what it should be. Should I be thinking ahead? That's the extended due diligence that I think Professor Jugu talked about earlier. Those are the things that you're expected to do. To also it's not just putting you on the edge, but also to safeguard the risks that you're exposing yourself to. Because the issue of money laundering and crime is, you can't say you didn't know, or, you're a lawyer. What would the reasonable person would have What will the registered person do if these facts are placed before him? So that's how I think about that. I think that's it.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, sir.
Yes, it is. I just wanted to make one comment in response to the question about whether basically on PEPs, on finding out information about people who receive money, whether you need to follow flows. And the thing is this, is that all of these questions, let me just turn that one off. It's there. The issue with all those questions goes back to the approach that we have in our anti-money laundering rules. And this is, as was pointed out, it's a risk-based approach. You consider the risk in determining whether or not you're going to continue to do whatever it is you do. If you take the risk, notwithstanding the information that you've gathered, there will be consequences. And it is those consequences that we in the legal profession, in the MBA, are trying to help you avoid. The liabilities that exist, as was pointed out, they're individual liabilities. It's not the law firm that's liable. The law firm consists of individuals. If you break the law, then you have to face the consequences. It's really that simple. So if you, for example, a colleague from the Port Harcourt branch, concerned about getting a BVN from a client, and he feels that he's not going to press it because he gets so much money. Let me bring that one. I'll just turn that one off. Okay. Because he gets so much money from a particular client, he's not going to press it. Well, that's his choice. But if it turns out that by not pressing that issue, that particular client is involved in money laundering, and it can be suggested that you're complicit in that, you're putting yourself at risk. It's your choice. It's your choice. But my advice, which was what I ended with, is that if something looks too good to be true, it likely is. And if you don't think you can take the risk, walk away.
Let's say something. Good. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think most of the questions have been well answered. I'll just make some interventions. The question asked by the lady around what to provide, documentations to provide for SCUMO registration. Now, in specific, you mentioned real estate and you also mentioned drillers. Now, for the real estate, yes, sometimes ago we used to mandate them that they should register with the Real Estate Developers Association. I know that was what you're referring to in specific. Now, that has stopped a long time ago. Now, what we're trying to cure around that time was similar issues of that led us to the grey list, in the sense that there must be some kind of controls, self-regulatory controls for those kind of bodies. But however, it is not mandatory that persons who are involved in, who are dealers in real estate must register with that association. However, there are certain professionals who would need to provide their professional license for their SCUMO registration to be approved. For example, someone who is it's an estate surveyor or valuer, it is mandatory that that person must provide his license to practice for him to to process a school certificate. Now, secondly, you also mentioned the issue of drillers. Now, I also want to take us back to we getting ourselves familiarized with what the law says in particular. Now, I get confused when a lawyer said he wants to register SCUML for someone who is doing quarry. Once a lawyer tells me that, I know that lawyers have not seen that legislation. That legislation says dealers in precious stones and metals. So it does not automatically put everybody who is into mining directly on that obligation. However, persons who have licenses to deal in stones and metals that have been classified as precious stones and metals, they have obligations to register with SCUML. So we also need to get ourselves familiarized with the specific provisions of those legislations so that they don't keep tossing us up and down. Now, secondly, the gentleman that asked about, expressed his concern about the PEP issue. Now, I think Prof. and Mr. Babajide has dealt with it. Now, recall that when he started its presentation, he mentioned the fact that these things can be done in the rule-based way and can also be done in the race-based way. Now, you also need to understand that when we are talking about politically exposed person, we are trying to deal with the risk of them using proceeds of corruption. In that wise now, in conducting making the risk assessment that Mr. Babajide talked about, you also need to make assessments of the prominence of the public function. Now, don't treat someone who is the secretary of the Gema local government with the same procedure you will use to treat let's say the DG of NMPC or something. Why? This person holds a more prominent public function and he has more access to the public fund, because the risk at hand is to mitigate the use of corrupt funds for transactions. So we need to be very specific and understand what we are trying to do exactly. We are not just trying to comply with the law, we are trying to mitigate specific risks. And I think other questions around the RCRG thing and all that have been clearly answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are at the end of our program. The reason why we have not taken off in implementing the guideline is because the President wanted this training to go ahead first. And so the focus of the bar has been train. So thank God we have started, and surely it's going to be done, taken down to every level so that we can all begin to comply. And that's just why we have suspended implementation until we get a sizable training program off the ground. BVN is not by force, but you have to use your brain. Remember, you are protecting yourself, not only from the money laundering and terrorism wahala, but also protecting your pocket. So you use all your tricks to get, all your strategies to get your clients to comply with rules. And for example, I can share my experience that I don't start wahalaing my old clients, but I've started with new clients. So I don't start disturbing old clients because you probably may not find easy. So I don't try it at all. You start with your new clients, that's one. And Nigerians don't know how to complete forms or don't even care, including us. When you give us, if you give a form now, you see gaps in the form. So it's a general problem. So use strategies to get the client to fill in all the things you need. That's one. Two, another thing is the law does not demand that you must present a form to a client. The law does not demand that. But it is an easier way of starting. It's a strategy. The law just says, know your client. And that you can do, you are expected to do by your own investigation and verifications. But it will be easier to begin the approach of knowing your client by first hearing what the client says about himself. If the client has not said, I'm from Isukwato is a local government in Abia State where I'm from. If I say I'm Isukwato, at least if you don't say anything else, I can use Isukwato to start finding out where in Isukwato you are from, if you refuse to tell me. But if you don't ask the client for anything at all, how will you know, even if you say he's an Igbo man, how will you know, for example, which part of Igbo land he's from? So that is a strategy. So if you press, depending on the client too, if you press too much and it's not working, you pretend as if you don't know about that. And my strategy too is that I don't ask my new client to complete that form before he pays me my consultation fee. He has to pay me my consultation fee first. Then I now give him a form. In the same way, I don't ask the client to agree with me on fee. I don't get the client to instruct me formally unless you have paid me my consultation fee. After it, then I'll draft a consultation letter for you to put in your letterhead and give me. Say, oh yeah, start, and these are the conditions. So you have to use your brain. I told you I'm from Aba. I know they make those kind of mistakes. The man will just come and I say, fill form. How can if somebody just approach me and say, fill form? I'm not mental. I have to corner some money from him first now. Then you can fill form. So use all your strategies to get all the information. Confidentiality is the reason why the bar insists that we must self-regulate. That's the basic reason. It's in our objective. That's one major objective why we insist we must self-regulate. So we are aware of the rules of confidentiality. And like Babajida has said in many places, even though it's a law in Evidence Act, it's actually a constitutional matter. It's not just ordinary. It's the heart of fair hearing. It's the heart of fair hearing in our Constitution. Section 36. So it's not just Evidence Act or rules of professional conduct. So that's why we said we will do it. But we agree that we will do it in collaboration with the agencies that have the normal duties to do the work. Because we don't have the capacity to do all those things they will do. So we will do it for the bar and then feed them in. So we don't want every time agencies are peeping into our record books and our court matters and all that. We want to do it ourselves and then feed them with what is required. So we are going to protect all the rules of confidentiality as much as we can. As one of our colleagues from NFI pointed out, we also know that confidentiality has limit. Is future crime is not covered by confidentiality. If you are planning a crime, and this is preventing money laundering and terrorist financing is a plan for the future, mostly. So we want to prevent those things from happening, and therefore there are limits to it. Somebody talked about the list, criminal law and civil. Yes, there's a scope for the rules-based reporting. Requires you to work with only if you are engaged in certain transactions listed in the law. It's also listed in our guideline. That is mainly to address formal reportings, like currency reporting, which you are supposed to do, whether you feel a suspicion or not. We have drafted our guideline completely on risk-based. We're not doing currency reporting. But does not mean that a currency can form the basis for suspicious transactions. What is being transacted, how it is being transacted, and in many cases can form the basis for suspicion. So that is what we are required to file, the suspicious transaction. And so in filing suspicious transaction, it does not matter the type of work we are doing. It does not matter. It is fact that you want to prevent money laundering or terrorist financing, and that you suspect this is not going well. This is not a clean thing, so you report it. So that suspicion transaction covers every angle. The scope, specifically for the listing, does not deal with litigation, and the aim is to extract it totally from confidentiality problem. So it doesn't deal with that. Then, source of money. In our guideline, the guideline approved by the Bar Council, you must know the source of your fee. You must know the source of your income. So the circumstance where our colleague painted, you want to buy a property for a client, and the money is being passed through your account. It doesn't matter that you are not earning it. If it's passing through your account, you should know the source. Otherwise, it's money laundering you are doing. It doesn't matter that you are not earning it. Yes, it's classic. That's the classic one. Abajide will just use the word correctly. That's the classic money laundering. So money being passed through your account. That's classic. So you should know the source. The guideline says you must know the source. Our protocol says you must know the source. Remember, there were cases before now that said a lawyer does not need to know the source of the fund of his client. We don't want to quarrel with the decision. It is decision. But at that time, the law did not ask for you to know the source. Now our guideline says you should know the source. So the law asks for it. You have to know the source of your income. Because that is one flag for suspicious transaction. Source of income. Quantity of money. Cash. Those are clear flags for suspicious transactions. If a person is going to pay you 300 million naira in cash, you will know that you are a thief. The scope of reporting, I've explained that in the lessons. We are reporting to ourselves, and then we will report to the agencies. Yeah, I think we're finished.
Please, a round of applause for our distinguished panelists. The MBA president, some questions have been directed to the MBA leadership, and Mr. President is going to answer them, after which is going to be giving plaques to some individuals there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Not Sakwara Williams.
No, Sakwara Williams.
Well, just to say that the request been made about the slides. Sir, can I commit to the... I can commit to... Okay, so we would share the slides, and we would make sure... The recorded one, and I think... And Habib, I think I'm right that the last... Suspicious noise that is coming from the mic. STR. ATR. Activity report. Anyway, so we would get the slides that we were taking through, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the last AML training, Habib, can you confirm that we have this on our MBA portal? So this recording you can find, this whole session held today can be found recorded in our MBA portal. And the last one that we had on the 20th of May, you can also view it there on the YouTube channel. So the entire team will be there, but then the documents that were used by all the speakers will also be made available to all of us. And maybe just like the Agama Lizard does, I should think about that NBA digital portal. It's the first of its kind since it's the first of its kind since the NBA was established, and that is why today you do your registration for the annual general conference on the portal, just like we do when we go to IBA and other organizations. So our MBA portal is at the top of the category of portals that you can find anywhere in the world, and you do all your transactions on it. We have not found out the registration for the MBA conference this year for the first time to a third party. So everything is being done on the MBA portal. Now, a question was asked about the remuneration order. What are we doing to sensitize members about the remuneration order? Of course, we perhaps have not done as much as what we have done with the AML, but both the
Yeah.
once they were passed, these documents were shared on all the portals. We scanned them. Of course, we have the hard copies of the gazettes for both the remuneration order and the AML and the rules of professional conduct. Those have been shared. But just as we were speaking, I also shared, as I did with our past president, the chair Port Harcourt branch, the past chair, Bori branch. You have not handed over? Okay. I'm so sorry. How many more days do you have? 1 month, just like me? Okay. So we share, and we will do more to make sure that we get these instruments in the hands of all our colleagues. But let me say, with respect to the remuneration order, there is something very embarrassing, disheartening, in fact, that is coming from some of our branches in a so-called attempt to implement the remuneration order. Very disappointing that branches would issue notices to the public that henceforth documents that will be prepared by lawyers, particularly land documents, must go through the branches. That is, the branches would be the ones to collect the money, will frank the document. I don't know how anyone could have read that in the remuneration order. It is not only unprofessional, it is illegal, and it is criminal. There is nowhere the remuneration order says that a branch would receive document and collect money on behalf of the lawyer that did the job, and that the branch would have to put a stamp. Which stamp do you have to put on that document? Where did you get the stamp from? I have had cause to speak to 2 chairmen to tell them to take down those notices. But after a while, you still see the notice come up. Why shouldn't we just read what has been provided and go strictly by what we have given as the remuneration order? And what is that supposed to do? For those of us that are talking about what we have done to enhance our, to give more value to our services. And perhaps I should say this to challenge us. I am told that the vulcanizers in a certain area in Lagos, around VGC or so, they met and decided that this is their fee for this kind of service that they will render to any motorist or cyclist that encounters any issue that requires their own service. Vulcanizers. And in that area, if you go to any vulcanizer and offers to pay him anything less than what they agreed, they will not take. Vulcanizers. I can't say this outside of this house, outside of a meeting like this, but we are lawyers. We said to ourselves, this is the minimum that we should take for this kind of service. And then someone would go and say, don't mind him. give me 20,000 instead of 500, I will do it. It's a shame. It's a shame. If vulcanizers can do it, then it suffices to just simply say that it's a shame that we cannot do it. But that is what the remuneration order seeks to achieve. The value we place on ourselves and on our services is what we determine what we get. So please, we would still address that particular issue. And I think on the side of the conference that we'll have this week, we would also do at least a sensitization program on the remuneration order itself. It will be largely virtual, but well, it will be hybrid for those who would be in Abuja, who will be at the MBA house. They will be privileged to participate in person, but then others can also join virtually. And like I said, once we have such a program going forward, these are things that you can go back, even if you are not able to attend at the time of the training, you can go back and look at it. Finally, let me just speak to the issue of this SCUMUL and the freezing of bank accounts. I recall very clearly that, so Ngonam attempted to answer that question, but she had to shield her boss. But we had a very clear and unequivocal commitment that that was going to happen. But I met with the chairman of the EFCC again. And because, well, let me give the context here. That instruction was not given by EFCC. It was like, I think Mr. Ogundipe explained earlier, that instruction came from CBN. They went through CBN to say, well, let us put this requirement so that we'll be able to trap these people that we are looking for when they come to open accounts. So it was an instruction that was given for SCUMUL through the CBN. And if you recall the case that we had, which is now pending in the Supreme Court, the SCUMUL was not an entity recognized by law. So part of what they did in the Money Laundering Act of 2022 is to create SCUMUL as a legal entity and all of that. Like Mr. Ogundipe observed earlier, all of those things were actually done to defeat the decision of the Court of Appeal, against which an appeal is now pending at the Supreme Court. But again, Section 36 is still Section 36, it's still there in the Constitution. So I don't know how much of that decision of the Court of Appeal they will be able to defeat with even what they have done. But just to say that I met the chairman and he said, look, we are an enforcement unit, CBN is a regulatory body. CBN had given this instruction, even though we spoke with the governor of CBN and said to him that this is the collaboration we are having with the members of the legal profession, and we would desire that we suspend all these actions until we are done with our sensitization so that we can begin full implementation. But he doesn't want to push that down the throat of the CBN. But with that information, what I've done is to write to the CBN governor, and I met with him. Actually, he promised last week when I met with him that he was going to get back to me this week. In fact, some of his officers were supposed to be a part of this workshop here in Port Harcourt. When I sat there, I sent a message to the Director Legal of CBN to say that we haven't seen your officers participate in this program. So be rest assured that I am on it. I have specifically requested the CBN governor to suspend that action until we fully comply. All of us have attested to the fact that it's either we have not put the structures in place in our offices, or we don't even know what we are supposed to do, hence the request for more training and perhaps train the trainers so that we can have this thing spread as quickly as possible. So we are on that. We'll do so in the remaining days that we are in the office. And the reason why the committee is already having this interaction with all the law enforcement agencies is such that this is not something that is built around YC. No, it's MBA, and we have a committee of the MBA that is supported by a subsidiary legislation that will go on with this work. So whether YC is in office or not, this will continue. Those that are seeking to succeed us, whoever amongst them gets into office, I know this is also going to be of interest to the next president of the NBA, and it's an exercise that will continue. Are you one of the candidates for the office of president? On what? What is stamps? You know, I can stand here and talk to you about the several challenges about stamps, but I can't tell you exactly what is happening with Port Harcourt branch. I can tell you that we have this shade of issue, that shade of issue, and the rest of it, and we've had people who have raised questions like this, that, oh, we applied since February, and we have not received our stamps, only for them to find their stamps lying down somewhere they have not collected. I personally have had several experiences with our colleagues that have called me to say, oh, I applied in March. A lady came from Ilorin into my office. She was screaming and shouting, oh, she had applied since this and that. She still hasn't received her stamps, only to discover that the application had not even gotten to the secretariat. So I can't say all of these things to you, but I can't tell you exactly what the problem is for your branch. But if you want me, I can. Is Grace still in the room? Grace Igyo, the head bar services. Otherwise, we can get you exactly what the issue is with your branch after this meeting. But I can tell you that I know we have challenges with the vendor in terms of his capacity to produce the numbers that we need to serve, because, of course, of the number of lawyers that we churn out virtually on a yearly basis now. But the secretariat is doing its best. But sometimes what the problem of the branches are transferred to the secretariat, and we just take it. I've had people insult me, bear insult on it for no reason, and I said sorry to them and I apologized to them. But not because the secretariat is at fault or nothing wrong happened with the secretariat. In most cases, either that they didn't even apply. We had an instance where somebody paid, but he was supposed to click on something on the platform he did not do that. And he called me names. I said, thank you. And I asked God to bless him instead. You know, so please, there are issues I know, but then we need to look at the particular issue with your branch, with your application, to be able to answer that. I hope that suffices. Thank you very much. On this note, I think we've come to the end of the workshop. It's only left for me to also join in thanking our speakers, my good friend Felix Ngunam, my sister from that part of our country where our delicacies seem to be aligned with that from my own part, and my uncle Jide Ogundipe, my teacher Ernest Ojukwu, and Temitope. Thank you so very much for not holding back the knowledge that you have. At the last meeting, I had the honor and privilege of giving this little gift to some of the speakers. So the ones that have come here again, we will just clap for them. We won't give them again. But first and foremost, the Honorable Attorney General was supposed to have received this on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, who has supported us in hosting this meeting here in Port Harcourt. But Eddie Mack, past General Secretary, will do that on behalf of the Honorable Attorney General, who was here for the Governor of Rivers State. So please extend our best compliments to the governor, and we say thank you to him. Thank you. The DG DSS, thank you for those great insights into how terrorism finds funding that we don't know. So extend our best compliments to the DG of the service, and we thank you for all the support. Thank you. This is for the, is it Chief Executive of, or Chief Executive Officer of NFIU. And my good friend, please extend our best compliments, and we appreciate the support coming from NFIU and the collaboration. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. President. Yes. Okay. Please, may I request the Mr. Wale Fakbon, that's not of Nigeria, to come on stage. The General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, please come around, sir. The former General Secretary, branch chairman here present, please come to the stage for a short picture session, even as the General Secretary will do the official vote of thanks for everyone that are here. Before lunch is served. After the photo session. Oh, no, just do it.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must, on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association, and of course the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, appreciate all of us for being part of this program. It is a sensitization program. It is a program that ordinarily will benefit all of us in the long run. And I'm happy that Port Harcourt branch, which of course is the fourth largest bar in Nigeria. Please clap for yourself. As General Secretary, I have the record. So I can tell you for free that this is the fourth largest branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. That you have held this event, you have hosted us, and this has been a very successful outing. Like it has been suggested, we will take this round to all branches, and of course, even the subsequent administration will take it all from there. On behalf of all of us, I say thank you for coming, and encourage you to be quite, take notes of all that have been said to us with respect to ensuring that we have adequate due diligence when we are dealing with our clients. And it's important that we ensure that we know our clients. I know at the end of the day, this profession will be better for it by the time this project is implemented fully. Thank you, and God bless you all for coming.